They say every wolf knows the moment their life splits in two. For me, it wasn't the day I shifted for the first time beneath a blood moon. It wasn't the night my mother died whispering secrets I was too young to understand. It was the night I watched the Alpha King execute my father in front of the entire pack, and then claim me as his mate. My name is Azria Thorne, and this is the story of how I went from the daughter of a traitor to the most powerful Luna in the Northern Territories. But power, I would learn, always comes with a price. And some debts are paid in blood. Chapter 1. The Execution. The chains were too tight around my wrists. I'd stopped feeling my fingers an hour ago, but I didn't dare complain. Not here.
Not now.
Not when the entire Silvercrest pack was gathered in the great clearing, their eyes fixed on the wooden platform where my father knelt in silver shackles. Azria. My younger brother Finn's voice trembled beside me. He was only 14, too young to witness this. Too young to understand why our world was ending. They're not really going to. Quiet, I hissed, though my own heart was shattering. Don't give them a reason to look at us. But it was too late. Everyone was already looking. We were the family of Marcus Thorne, the beta who had betrayed his alpha, who had conspired with rogues, who had tried to poison the Alpha King himself during the Northern Summit 3 months ago. At least, that's what they said. I knew better. Alpha King Darius Volcrest stood at the center of the platform, his massive frame radiating the kind of power that made even the bravest wolves lower their eyes. He was everything the legends promised, ruthless, calculating, devastatingly handsome in the way a storm is beautiful just before it destroys you. His dark hair was pulled back, revealing a face carved from granite and shadow. His eyes, wolf gold even in human form, swept across the crowd with the cold precision of a predator counting his prey. When those eyes landed on me, I felt it like a physical touch, a shiver, a warning, a promise. Marcus Thorne. Darius's voice carried across the clearing without effort, deep and absolute. You stand accused of treason against a crown, conspiracy to murder, and collaboration with rogue forces. The evidence against you is irrefutable. Do you have any final words? My father lifted his head. Even bloodied and broken, Marcus Thorne held himself with dignity. I am innocent, he said clearly. And one day, the truth will. Enough. Darius's hand rose, and silence fell like a blade. Your guilt has been proven before the Council of Elders. Your co-conspirators have confessed. There is no truth left to find, only justice to be served. No. The word tore from my throat before I could stop it. 1,000 pairs of eyes turned to me. Finn grabbed my arm, trying to pull me back, but I yanked free and pushed through the crowd. Please, I said, my voice breaking as I stumbled toward the platform. Please, Alpha King, there's been a mistake. My father would never. Azria, don't. Finn cried behind me, but I was already climbing the steps, my bound hands making me clumsy. 2 guards moved to intercept me, but Darius raised a hand, stopping them. Let her speak, he said quietly. I fell to my knees before him, the rough wood scraping through my thin dress. Up close, he was even more terrifying and more magnetic. The scent of him hit me like a drug, pine and smoke and something wild that made my wolf stir for the first time in weeks.
No, not now.
Not him. Alpha King. I forced the words past the lump in my throat. My father is a loyal beta. He served Silvercrest for 30 years. He would never betray you or conspire with rogues. Someone has framed him. Please, if you would just investigate further. I have investigated, Darius said, his voice soft but lethal. For 3 months. Every piece of evidence points to your father. Every witness's testimony confirms his guilt. They're lying. Are they? He crouched before me, bringing those burning gold eyes level with mine. Or are you simply unable to accept that the father you loved was not the man you believed him to be? Tears burned down my cheeks. You're wrong. I am never wrong. He stood, turning back to my father, and I knew with crushing certainty that nothing I said would change what was about to happen. Marcus Thorne, Darius said, drawing a silver blade from his belt. For your crimes against the crown and the northern territories, I sentence you to death. May the moon goddess have mercy on your soul, for I will have none." "No!" I lunged forward, but the guards caught me this time, dragging me back as I screamed. My father's eyes found mine across the platform. "Azria," he said, his voice steady despite everything. "Remember what I told you. Remember the blade flashed. The world stopped. My father's head rolled across the platform, and the clearing erupted in howls, some triumphant, some horrified, all deafening. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I couldn't feel anything except the gaping wound where my heart used to be. The guards released me, and I collapsed, my vision blurring with tears and rage and grief, so profound it felt like dying. Then Darius was there, standing over me, his shadow blocking out the moon. "Take her to the holding cells," he ordered. "She and the boy will remain under guard until I decide what to do with them."
What?
I looked up at him, my voice hoarse. "We've done nothing wrong. Your father was a traitor. That makes you suspect by association." His expression was unreadable. "Be grateful I'm not executing you alongside him." "Grateful?" I spat the word like poison. "You just murdered my father." "I executed a traitor," he corrected coldly. "There's a difference." The guards hauled me to my feet. As they dragged me away, I twisted back to look at Darius one more time. "I will never forgive you for this," I swore, my voice shaking with fury. "Never." Something flickered in his eyes, something almost like regret. But then it was gone, replaced by the cold mask of a king. "I don't require your forgiveness, Azria Thorne," he said quietly. "Only your obedience." They threw us into a cell beneath the pack house, a dark, cold space that smelled of mildew and despair. Finn curled against me, his thin shoulders shaking with silent sobs. I held him, my own tears long dried into a hard, burning knot in my chest. "Why?" Finn whispered. "Why would father do those things?" "He didn't," I said fiercely. "I don't care what evidence they have, or what witnesses they bought. Our father was innocent, Finn. And I'm going to prove it."
"How?"
My brother lifted his tear-stained face. "Father's dead, Azria. They're probably going to kill us too. How are we supposed to prove anything?" I didn't have an answer. Not yet. But as I sat in that cold cell, holding my broken brother and staring at the darkness, I made a vow. I would find out who framed my father. I would discover the truth. And I would make Darius Volcrest pay for what he'd done, even if it destroyed me in the process. Hours passed. Maybe days. It was impossible to tell in the windowless cell. Finn had finally fallen into an exhausted sleep when I heard footsteps approaching. I tensed, moving in front of my brother protectively as torchlight flickered beyond the bars. Elder Thessa appeared, her ancient face creased with sorrow. She'd been a friend of my mother's once, before the sickness took her 5 years ago. "Azria," she whispered, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "I don't have much time." "What do you want?" My voice was hollow. "To help you." She reached through the bars, pressing something small and cold into my palm. "Your father gave this to me the night before his arrest. He said if anything happened to him, I should give it to you." I looked down. It was a key, old, iron, with strange runes carved into the shaft. "What is this?" "I don't know," Thessa admitted. "But he said you would understand when the time came. He also said—" She hesitated. "He said to tell you that the truth is buried in silver and shadow, and only you can bring it to light." Before I could respond, voices echoed down the corridor. Thessa's eyes widened in fear. "I must go. Trust no one, child. Especially not." "There you are, Elder." We both froze. Darius emerged from the shadows, his expression unreadable as he took in the scene. Thessa at the cell bars, me clutching the key, the guilt written across both our faces. "Consorting with prisoners, Thessa?" The Alpha King's voice was soft, dangerous. "That's a bold choice for someone who sat on the council that convicted Marcus Thorne." "I was merely offering spiritual comfort, my king," Thessa said, her voice remarkably steady. "The girl has lost her father. Surely you don't begrudge her that." Darius studied her for a long moment. Then his eyes shifted to me, and I quickly closed my fist around the key, praying he hadn't seen it. "Leave us," he ordered. Thessa bowed and hurried away, her footsteps fading into silence. And then it was just me and the Alpha King, separated by iron bars and an ocean of hatred. "You should be asleep," Darius said. "Hard to sleep when your father's blood is still fresh on the platform," I shot back.
His jaw tightened.
"Your father was guilty, Azria. You keep saying that, but I don't believe you. Your belief is irrelevant. The evidence can be faked." I surged to my feet, careful not to wake Finn. "Witnesses can lie. People can be bribed or threatened. You're the Alpha King. You of all people should know how easy it is to destroy someone with false accusations." "I didn't destroy your father," Darius said, his voice dropping low. "He destroyed himself." "Then why are you here?" I demanded. "Why do you care whether I'm asleep or not? Why not just kill us and be done with it?" The silence stretched between us, heavy with unspoken things. When Darius finally spoke, his words were careful, measured. "Because despite everything, I don't believe in punishing children for their father's crimes. You and your brother will be released tomorrow. You'll be placed under house arrest in your family's estate until I determine you pose no threat." I stared at him, suspicious. "Why would you show us mercy? Perhaps I'm not the monster you think I am." "You killed my father." "I executed a traitor," he corrected again, but this time there was something raw beneath the words. "There's a difference, Azria. And one day, you'll understand that." He turned to leave. "Wait," I heard myself say. He paused, glancing back. "What will happen to us after the house arrest? After you decide we're not threats?" Darius was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was so soft I almost didn't hear it. "That depends on you." "What do you mean?" But he was already walking away, his shadow swallowing the torchlight. "Get some rest, Azria Thorne," his voice echoed back. "Tomorrow, everything changes." I stood there long after he was gone, my heart pounding, my mind racing. The key in my palm felt like it was burning. The truth is buried in silver and shadow. I didn't know what my father meant, didn't know what this key unlocked or why Darius had really spared us. But I knew one thing with absolute certainty. I was going to find out. Even if it meant getting close to the Alpha King who'd murdered my father. Even if it meant betraying everything I believed in. Even if it meant losing myself completely. Because some truths are worth any price. And I was about to pay for it. Chapter 2. House of Thorns. True to his word, Darius released us at dawn. No explanation. No ceremony. Just 2 guards escorting Finn and me through the packhouse corridors as wolves whispered and stared. I kept my chin high, refusing to give them the satisfaction of seeing me broken. But inside, I was screaming. The Thorne estate sat on the eastern edge of Silvercrest territory, a sprawling manor that had been in our family for 6 generations. Once, it had been filled with laughter and warmth. My mother's garden had bloomed year-round, defying the harsh northern climate through her earth magic. Now, as we approached through the morning mist, it looked like a mausoleum. The gardens were overgrown and wild. Several windows were dark, their shutters hanging crooked. The fountain in the circular drive had run dry, its stone wolves frozen mid-howl, their mouths full of dead leaves. "Home sweet home," Finn muttered bitterly. The guards unlocked the front door and gestured us inside. The lead guard, a scarred beta named Kale, handed me a rolled parchment sealed with the Alpha King's crest. "Your terms of confinement," he said gruffly. "Read them, follow them, break them, and you'll join your father." I snatched the parchment from his hand without a word. Kale's expression softened slightly. "For what it's worth, girl, I'm sorry. Your father was a good man once. Whatever happened to him in the end, well, the moon goddess judges us all eventually." "Get out," I whispered. He nodded and left, the heavy door closing with a finality that echoed through the empty halls. Finn and I stood in the foyer, surrounded by the ghosts of our former life. Family portraits lined the walls, my mother's serene face, my father's proud stance, Finn and me as children. All smiles and innocence. That world felt like a lifetime ago. Azria? Finn's voice was small. What are we going to do? I unrolled the parchment and read. By order of Alpha King Darius Volcrest, Azria and Finn Thorne are hereby confined to the Thorn estate under the following conditions. 1. Neither may leave the property without express written permission from the Alpha King. 2. All visitors must be approved in advance. 3. A guard will be stationed at the property entrance at all times. 4. Any attempt to flee or conspire against the crown will result in immediate execution. 5. This confinement will remain in effect until the Alpha King determines otherwise. Signed, Darius Volcrest, Alpha King of the Northern Territories. We're prisoners, Finn said flatly. No, I corrected, folding the parchment. We're survivors. And we're going to use this time to find out the truth.
How?
My brother's voice cracked. We can't leave. We can't talk to anyone. We're trapped, Azria. I pulled the iron key from my pocket, the one Elder Thessa had given me. In the morning light, the runes carved into it seemed to shimmer. Father left us a message, I said. The truth is buried in silver and shadow. This key is supposed to help us find it. Finn stared at the key, hope flickering in his eyes for the first time since the execution. What does it open? I don't know, but there's only one place to start looking. We both turned toward the stairs that led to our father's study. Marcus Thorne's study was exactly as he'd left it 3 months ago, when the king's guard had dragged him away in chains. Books lined floor-to-ceiling shelves. Maps of the Northern Territories covered one entire wall, marked with pins and notes in my father's precise handwriting. His desk was still cluttered with correspondence, trade agreements, and security reports. Nothing looked sinister. Nothing screamed, traitor's lair. Where do we even start? Finn asked, overwhelmed. I moved to the desk, running my fingers along its polished surface. My father had spent countless hours here, working late into the night. How many times had I brought him tea, only to find him poring over documents with that intense focus he brought to everything. He was meticulous, I murmured. Everything had a place, a purpose. If he left us a message, it would be somewhere significant, somewhere only we would think to look. My eyes drifted to the portrait above the fireplace, a family painting from when I was 10, the last one we'd commissioned before Mother died. We all looked so happy. Silver and shadow. I approached the portrait slowly, studying it with new eyes. Silver. Mother had been wearing her silver moon necklace in the painting, the heirloom that had been passed down through her bloodline for generations. Shadow. My father stood slightly in shadow, his hand resting on the back of Mother's chair. Finn, I breathed. Help me take this down. We lifted the heavy portrait off its hooks and set it carefully on the floor. Behind it, the wall looked perfectly normal, just dark wood paneling. But when I pressed my palm against it, I felt a slight depression in the center. Keyhole-shaped. No way, Finn whispered. My hands trembled as I inserted the iron key. For a moment, nothing happened. Then I felt it catch, and I turned. A soft click echoed through the study. A section of the paneling swung inward, revealing a hidden compartment. Father was full of surprises, I murmured. Inside the compartment was a leather satchel, worn and dusty. I pulled it out carefully and carried it to the desk. Finn crowded beside me as I opened it. The satchel contained 3 items. A journal, its leather cover embossed with our family crest. A rolled map marked with strange symbols. And a letter addressed to me in my father's handwriting. My throat tightened. I reached for the letter first, my fingers shaking as I broke the seal. My dearest Azria, if you're reading this, then I am dead, and the truth has been buried with me. I wish I had more time to explain everything, but time is a luxury I no longer possess. What I can tell you is this. I am innocent of the crimes they will accuse me of. I did not betray Darius Volcrest. I did not conspire with rogues. But I did discover something so dangerous that it cost me my life. 3 months ago, I uncovered evidence of a conspiracy within the royal court. Someone close to the Alpha King is working to destabilize his rule and seize power for themselves. I tried to warn Darius, but before I could present my evidence, I was framed for the very crimes I was investigating. The journal contains everything I learned: names, dates, transactions. Proof that there is a traitor in our midst, someone who has been manipulating events for years, slowly poisoning the king's court from within. I don't know who I can trust anymore. That's why I'm leaving this to you, Azria. You have your mother's gift for seeing through lies and your own fierce spirit. If anyone can expose the truth, it's you. But be careful, my darling girl. These wolves are dangerous. They've already killed to protect their secret, and they won't hesitate to kill again. Trust your instincts. Trust very few people. And whatever you do, don't trust. The letter ended abruptly, the ink smeared as if my father had been interrupted. Don't trust who? Finn demanded, reading over my shoulder. Why didn't he finish? I don't know. My heart was racing. But he's telling us he was framed, that there's a real conspiracy, and he discovered it. I opened the journal with shaking hands. The first entry was dated 6 months ago. I've noticed irregularities in the northern border reports. Patrol routes that don't match official schedules. Supply shipments that disappear from the ledgers. Small things easily dismissed. But Marcus Thorne didn't become beta by dismissing small things. I'm going to investigate quietly. If I'm wrong, no harm done. If I'm right, Moon Goddess helps us all. I flipped through page after page of careful observations, coded notes, names circled and crossed out. My father had been building a case, piece by painstaking piece. And someone had noticed. Azria, look at this. Finn had unrolled the map. It showed the northern territories, but with additional markings, locations circled in red ink, routes drawn in various colors, annotations in my father's code. One location was marked with a black X, Shadow Peak Ruins. What's Shadow Peak? Finn asked. Old fortress, I murmured, trying to remember my history lessons. It was abandoned decades ago after some kind of battle. Nobody goes there anymore. It's supposed to be cursed. Why would Father mark it? I checked the journal, finding a corresponding entry. Shadow Peak. That's where it all leads. I've confirmed that unauthorized meetings have been taking place there for the past year. I need to see it for myself, and I need to confirm my suspicions before I bring this to Darius. If I'm right about who's behind this, it will shake the very foundations of the Northern Territories. I'll go tomorrow night. Moon Goddess willing, I'll have the proof I need. The entry was dated 2 days before my father's arrest. He went to Shadow Peak, I said slowly. And whatever he found there, or whoever he met, that's what got him framed. So we need to go there too, Finn said immediately. We're confined to the estate, remember? We can't just... A knock at the front door interrupted me. Finn and I exchanged glances. We quickly hid the journal, map, and letter back in the satchel, then replaced the portrait. By the time we reached the foyer, the knocking had grown more insistent. I opened the door to find a female wolf I didn't recognize, late 20s, with auburn hair and sharp green eyes. She wore the colors of the Royal Guard. Azria Thorne? She asked crisply. Yes. I'm Captain Viola Stormwind, head of the Alpha King's personal security detail. May I come in? I had no real choice, so I stepped aside. Viola entered with the confident stride of someone who'd earned her rank through skill, not politics. Her eyes swept the foyer with professional assessment before landing back on me. I'll be direct, she said. The Alpha King has assigned me to oversee your confinement. I'll be checking in daily to ensure you're complying with the terms. How generous of him, I said coldly. Viola's expression didn't change. I'll also be available if you need anything within reason. Supplies, medicine, approved visitors. My duty is to keep you confined, not to make you suffer. Your duty is to serve the man who murdered my father. Now Viola's eyes hardened. My duty is to serve the Northern Territories and protect the Alpha King. If your father was innocent, I'm sorry for your loss. If he was guilty, he got what he deserved. He was innocent, I said fiercely. Then prove it. The words hung between us. Viola stepped closer, lowering her voice. You want to know something interesting, Azria? I was part of the team that investigated your father. I read every report, interviewed every witness, examined every piece of evidence. And something didn't sit right with me. The evidence was almost too perfect. Too neat. Like someone had packaged it specifically to destroy Marcus Thorne. My heart skipped. You think he was framed? I think the Alpha King executed a man based on evidence that deserves more scrutiny, Viola said carefully. But questioning the king's judgment isn't exactly career-enhancing. So I kept my doubts to myself. Why are you telling me this? Viola was quiet for a moment. Because I knew your mother. She saved my life once, when I was just a young soldier, and a rogue attack went wrong. I owed Elena Thorne a debt I could never repay. Her eyes met mine directly. Consider that debt transferred to her daughter. If you're planning something stupid, and I suspect you are, I might be convinced to look the other way. Occasionally. Hope flared in my chest. You'd help us? I didn't say that. I said I might look the other way. There's a difference. Viola moved toward the door. I'll be back tomorrow at noon for my official check-in. Make sure you're here. And Azria? Yes. Whatever you're planning, be smart about it. The Alpha King may have spared your life, but his mercy only extends so far. She left, closing the door softly behind her. I leaned against the door, my mind racing. Do you think we can trust her? Finn asked. I don't know. But right now, she's the closest thing we have to an ally. I pulled out the satchel again, studying my father's map. Shadow Peak ruins. That's where the answers were. And somehow, despite being confined to the estate, despite being watched by guards and the Alpha King himself, I was going to get there. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in my window seat, staring out at the moonlit grounds. A guard was visible at the front gate, a dark silhouette against the silver light.
Trapped.
We were trapped in our own home. But my father had been trapped too, by false evidence, by conspiracy, by wolves who'd twisted the truth into weapons. And he'd still fought, still searched for justice. I could do no less. The truth is buried in silver and shadow. I pressed my palm against the cold window glass. I'm coming, Father, I whispered. I'm going to find the truth. I'm going to clear your name. Even if it means facing Darius Volcrest again. Even if it means discovering secrets that will destroy everything I thought I knew. Even if it costs me everything. A wolf howled in the distance, lonely, mournful, defiant. I closed my eyes and let my own wolf rise to the surface, adding my silent howl to the night. I am Azria Thorne, daughter of Marcus and Elena, and I will not rest until justice is served. The moon bore witness to my vow, and somewhere in the darkness, I swore, I felt the weight of eyes watching, waiting, judging. Tomorrow, the real hunt will begin. But tonight I grieved. Chapter 3. The Alpha King Summons. 3 days passed in agonizing slowness. Finn and I spent our time studying Father's journal, trying to decode his notes and piece together the conspiracy he'd uncovered. But the deeper we dug, the more confusing it became. Father had used codes, references only he would understand. Names were abbreviated. Locations were marked with symbols we couldn't decipher. It was like trying to solve a puzzle with half the pieces missing. Captain Viola came each day at noon as promised. She'd inspect the estate with professional thoroughness, ask perfunctory questions about our well-being, then leave. But on the third day, something changed. She arrived early, just after dawn, and her expression was grim. Get dressed, she said without preamble. Both of you. The Alpha King has summoned you to the palace. My blood ran cold. Why? He didn't share his reasoning with me. But when Darius Volcrest summons you, you don't ask questions. You go. Finn grabbed my arm, fear written across his young face. Azria, what if he's changed his mind? What if he's going to? He's not going to kill us, I said with more confidence than I felt. If he wanted us dead, we'd already be dead. Comforting, Finn muttered. 20 minutes later, We were seated in a royal carriage heading toward the palace at the heart of Silvercrest territory. I'd only been to the palace once before, when I was 12 and father had brought me to a formal reception. It had seemed like a fairy tale then, all soaring towers and glittering windows, flags snapping in the mountain wind. Now it looked like a fortress. Cold, imposing, impenetrable. The carriage passed through 3 separate checkpoints, each guarded by armed wolves who examined our papers with suspicious eyes. Finally, we rolled into the main courtyard, where Captain Vaila helped us down. "Follow me," she said. "And remember, be respectful. The Alpha King is not known for his patience with insolence." She led us through corridors I'd never seen before, past throne rooms and council chambers, up staircases that seemed to spiral into the sky itself. We stopped before a set of double doors carved with wolves in various poses of dominance. Vaila knocked twice. "Enter," came Darius's voice from within. The doors swung open, revealing a private study. It was surprisingly intimate for a king's workspace. Books lined the walls. A large desk dominated one side of the room, covered with maps and correspondence. Windows overlooked the mountains beyond the palace, their peaks still crowned with snow despite the late spring warmth. And standing before those windows, silhouetted against the morning light, was Darius Volcrest. He didn't turn immediately, just stood there, hands clasped behind his back, radiating that terrible, magnetic power. "Leave us, Captain," he said quietly. Vaila hesitated. "My king, protocol requires." "I'm aware of protocol. Leave us." She bowed and retreated, closing the doors behind her. The silence was suffocating. Finally, Darius turned. In the days since the execution, I'd tried to convince myself that I'd exaggerated his presence, that grief and shock had made him seem more impressive than he really was. I was wrong. If anything, I'd understated it. He wore simple clothes, dark pants, a white shirt open at the collar, but they did nothing to diminish his authority. His dark hair was slightly disheveled, as if he'd been running his hands through it. And those eyes, those wolf-gold eyes that seemed to see straight through me. "Sit," he commanded, gesturing to chairs before his desk. We sat. I kept my spine straight, refusing to show weakness. Darius moved to his desk but didn't sit. Instead, he leaned against it, studying us with unreadable intensity. "How are you adjusting to your confinement?" he asked. Of all the questions I'd expected, that wasn't one of them. "We're surviving," I said carefully. "That's not what I asked." "Then what do you want me to say? That we're grateful? That we're happy to be prisoners in our own home while you sit here in your palace, satisfied with your so-called justice?" "Azria," Finn hissed in warning. But Darius's expression didn't change. If anything, something that might have been approval flickered in his eyes. "You have your mother's fire," he said quietly. "Elena never backed down from a challenge either. The mention of my mother caught me off guard." "You knew her?" Everyone knew Azria Thorne. She was one of the most powerful earth witches in the Northern Territories. Her gardens could grow life in the dead of winter. Her healing magic saved countless lives. His voice softened almost imperceptibly. "She was remarkable." "She was my mother," I said, my voice thick. "And she deserved better than to have her husband executed as a traitor and her children imprisoned." "Your father was guilty, Azria." "You keep saying that, but I don't." "I summoned you here for a reason," Darius interrupted, his tone sharpening. "Not to relitigate your father's trial. That matter is closed." He pulled a document from his desk and held it out to me. I took it warily. It was an official decree, bearing the royal seal. "By order of Alpha King Darius Volcrest, Azria Thorne is hereby conscripted into royal service as lady-in-waiting to the crown. She will reside at the palace and attend to duties as assigned by the Alpha King or his designated representatives. This service will commence immediately and continue until such time as the Alpha King determines it is no longer necessary. Failure to comply will result in immediate imprisonment and forfeiture of the Thorne estate." I read it 3 times, my mind refusing to process the words. "You're conscripting me?" I finally managed. "Yes."
Why?
Darius was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his words were measured. Because you need purpose. Because sitting in that estate dwelling on your father's death will only breed resentment and recklessness. And because I believe in giving wolves a chance to prove themselves. By making me your servant. I stood abruptly, fury overriding caution. This is ridiculous. I'm the daughter of a beta, not some common maid to fetch and carry at your pleasure. You're the daughter of a traitor, Darius corrected coldly. Which makes you fortunate I'm offering you anything at all. Many wolves in my position would have executed you both and seized your estate. Then why didn't you? I challenged myself. Why spare us? Why this elaborate game of confinement and conscription? What do you really want? Something dangerous flashed in his eyes. In 2 strides, he was standing before me, close enough that I had to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. What I want, he said softly, his voice low and lethal, is for you to stop questioning my every decision and accept the mercy I'm showing you. Mercy? I laughed bitterly. You murdered my father, and now you want to parade me around your palace like a trophy. That's not mercy. That's cruelty. Then refuse. He gestured to the document I dropped. Walk out of here. Take your brother and leave the Northern Territories entirely. I'll give you safe passage and enough gold to start over somewhere far away. The offer hung in the air between us. It was tempting.
So tempting.
But if we left, we'd never uncover the truth about Father's death. Never expose the real conspiracy. Never clear the Thorne name. I can't leave, I said quietly. Why not? Because I'm going to prove you killed an innocent man. Because I'm going to destroy whoever framed my father. Because I can't abandon the only home I've ever known. But I couldn't say any of that. Not to him. Finn, I said instead. He's only 14. This is his home. I won't uproot him from everything he knows. Darius studied me for a long moment, and I had the uncomfortable feeling he could read every thought I wasn't saying. Very well, he said finally, stepping back. Then you'll accept the conscription. You'll move into the palace today. Your brother will remain at the estate with appropriate supervision.
No.
I shook my head. We stay together, or I refuse. You're not in a position to negotiate, Azria. Then we have nothing more to discuss. I turned toward the door. Wait. Something in his voice made me pause. When I looked back, Darius's expression had shifted. Less king, more something else. Something almost vulnerable. Why is it so important that you stay with your brother? He asked. Because he's all the family I have left, I said simply. Because I promised our mother I'd take care of him. Because he's 14 years old, and he just watched his father die. Do you really need more reasons than that? Darius was silent for a long moment. Then he moved to his desk and pulled out a fresh piece of parchment. He wrote quickly, sealed it with his ring, and handed it to me. I read it, my eyes widening. By amendment to previous decree. Finn Thorne may reside at the palace alongside his sister, provided he remains under appropriate supervision and does not interfere with royal duties. You're letting him come? I asked, surprised. I'm ensuring you have no excuse to refuse the conscription, Darius corrected. Don't mistake practicality for kindness. But there was something in his eyes that contradicted his cold words. When do I start? I asked quietly.
Today.
Captain Vaila will show you to your quarters and explain your duties. He returned to his desk, picking up another document as if we'd already been dismissed. You're expected at dinner tonight. Don't be late. Dinner? The royal court dines together each evening. As a lady-in-waiting, you'll be expected to attend. Now he did look up, and there was definite amusement in his eyes. Consider it your first test. Let's see how well you handle court politics. I wanted to argue. I wanted to rage against this entire situation. But Finn was looking at me with hope in his eyes. Hope that we'd be together. That maybe things weren't completely hopeless. So I swallowed my pride and bowed my head. As you command, Alpha King. Darius, he said quietly. I looked up, confused.
What?
When we're alone, you may call me Darius. I have enough wolves bowing and scraping and calling me Alpha King. I don't need another. It felt like a trap, like he was testing me somehow. I thought I was just a conscripted servant, I said carefully. Surely formality is required. His mouth quivered in what might have been a smile. You're many things, Azria Thorne, but you'll never be just anything. Before I could decipher that cryptic statement, he was dismissing us with a wave of his hand. Captain Vaila is waiting outside. She'll help you settle in. We were clearly being dismissed. As Finn and I headed for the door, Darius called out one more time, Azria. I paused, looking back. His expression was unreadable, but something intense burned in those gold eyes. Welcome to the palace, he said softly. Try not to burn it down in your first week. Captain Vaila led us through a maze of corridors to the residential wing. You'll be in the East Tower, she explained. It's traditionally where ladies-in-waiting are housed. Your brother will be in the adjacent room. What exactly does a lady-in-waiting do? I asked. Vaila's lips twitched. Officially? You attend court functions, assist with palace administration, represent the crown at various social events. And unofficially? Unofficially, you navigate the most dangerous political environment in the Northern Territories without getting yourself killed. Fantastic. She stopped before a door carved with roses, my mother's favorite flower. Surely that wasn't a coincidence. These are your quarters, Viola said, opening the door. The rooms beyond were beautiful. A sitting area with comfortable furniture, a bedroom with a canopy bed, windows overlooking the palace gardens. It was luxurious compared to our sparse estate. It was also a cage. Your things will be brought from the estate, Viola continued. You're expected to dress appropriately for court. If you need anything, there's a bell that will summon an attendant. And I'm allowed to come and go freely? I asked. Within the palace, yes. Beyond its walls, no. The confinement order still stands. It's simply been relocated.
Of course it had.
After Viola left, Finn and I stood in my new quarters, the reality of our situation settling over us. At least we're together, Finn said quietly. Yes. I moved to the window, looking out at the sprawling palace grounds. Somewhere beyond those manicured gardens and high walls was Shadow Peak Ruins. The place Father had marked on his map. The place where answers waited.
I was closer now.
Physically closer to the heart of power, to the wolves who might know the truth. But I was also more trapped than ever. Azria? Finn's voice pulled me from my thoughts. What are we going to do? I turned to face my brother, seeing the trust in his young eyes. The belief that I could fix this, that I could make everything right. I wish I had his faith.
We adapt, I said.
We learn. We watch and listen and gather information. You mean we spy? I mean we found the truth. Whatever it takes. Finn nodded slowly. Father would be proud of you. The words hit harder than I expected. I had to look away before he could see the tears threatening. Go settle into your room, I said, my voice rough. We have a formal dinner to attend tonight, and something tells me it's going to be interesting. After Finn left, I sank into one of the chairs and pulled out Father's journal, which I'd hidden in my clothes. I flipped to a page I'd marked earlier. The conspiracy goes higher than I thought. I've traced connections to the royal court itself. Someone close to Darius is manipulating events, positioning themselves for something big. I need to be careful. If they discover I'm investigating, they'll eliminate me. But I can't stop now. Too many lives depend on exposing the truth. I just wish I knew who I could trust. The closer I get to the center of power, the more alone I feel. I understand that feeling now. Sitting in this beautiful room in the Alpha King's palace, surrounded by luxury and danger in equal measure. I'd never felt more alone in my life. A knock at the door startled me. I quickly hid the journal under a cushion. Come in, I called. A young woman entered, maybe a few years older than me, with honey blonde hair and warm brown eyes. She wore the palace uniform but carried herself with friendly ease. Hello, I'm Mireia. I'm one of the ladies-in-waiting here, and Captain Vaila asked me to help you prepare for dinner tonight. She smiled brightly. Welcome to court life. It's going to be chaotic and wonderful and occasionally terrifying. You'll love it. I doubted that. But Mireya's enthusiasm was infectious. Thank you, I said. I'm Azria. Oh, I know who you are. Everyone knows. Mireya's expression turned sympathetic. I'm sorry about your father. That must have been horrible. The casual sympathy, offered without judgment or political calculation, nearly undid me. Thank you, I managed. Well, Mireya clapped her hands together. We have 3 hours until dinner, which means we need to find you something appropriate to wear. Do something with your hair. No offense, it's lovely, but Kor has expectations, and I need to brief you on everyone you'll be meeting tonight. Everyone. The royal court. Mireya's eyes sparkled with mischief. Trust me, they're going to eat you alive if you're not prepared. But don't worry, I'll make sure you survive your first night. As Mireya launched into rapid-fire explanations of court hierarchy and social expectations, I found myself almost smiling. Maybe I wasn't as alone as I thought. Maybe, just maybe, I'd found an ally. And in this den of wolves, I'd need all the allies I could get. Chapter 4. Dinner with Wolves. The dress Mireya chose for me was stunning. Deep emerald silk that brought out the green flecks in my hazel eyes, with delicate silver embroidery along the bodice that caught the light when I moved. It was elegant without being ostentatious, formal without being stuffy. You look like a queen, Mireya said, circling me with an appraising eye as she made final adjustments to my hair. I look like I'm playing dress-up in someone else's life, I corrected. Same thing at court. She grinned, then her expression turned serious. Listen, Azria. Tonight is going to be intense. The court has been buzzing about you since the Alpha King announced her conscription. Everyone wants to know who you are, what you want, and whether you're a threat. I'm the daughter of a convicted traitor. How could I possibly be a threat? That's exactly why you're a threat. Mireya leaned closer, lowering her voice. Your father was executed for conspiracy, but nobody really knows what he was investigating before his arrest. Some wolves think he discovered something dangerous. Something that powerful people wanted buried. My heart skipped. What kind of something? I don't know. Nobody does. But there are rumors, whispers about corruption in the royal court, about deals made in shadow, about wolves who aren't who they claim to be. She straightened, adjusting her own dress. The point is, people are going to be watching you tonight. Trying to figure out what you know, whether you're continuing your father's work, whether you're a problem that needs to be eliminated. That's comforting. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to prepare you. Mireya squeezed my hand. Just remember, at court, nothing is as it seems. Everyone has an agenda. Everyone is playing a game. Your job is to figure out the rules before someone uses them to destroy you. A bell chimed somewhere in the palace, the signal that dinner would begin in 15 minutes. Ready? Mireya asked.
No.
Not even close. But I nodded anyway. The royal dining hall was breathtaking. Vaulted ceilings soared overhead, painted with scenes from pack history. The first Alpha Kings, legendary battles, the forging of the northern territories. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light across a table that could seat 50 wolves comfortably. Tonight, about 30 were already present, clustered in small groups, their conversations creating a low hum that filled the vast space. Every single one of them turned to look when Mireya and I entered. The scrutiny was physical, pressing against my skin like invisible hands. I fought the urge to shift uncomfortably under their stares. Head high, Mireya whispered. You're Azria Thorne. You have nothing to apologize for. We moved through the hall, and I tried to catalog faces and names from Mireya's earlier briefing. Lord Cassius Ravenwood, master of trade, thick silver hair and calculating eyes that tracked me like prey. Lady Serenia Nightshade, mistress of intelligence, beautiful in a dangerous way, with black hair and violet eyes that seemed to see too much. Elder Thessa, who I already knew, though seeing her here in formal robes reminded me how high her position truly was. Counselor Lorcan Ashcroft, master of war, scarred and brutal-looking, with the eyes of a wolf who'd killed more times than he could count. And others, dozens of others, all watching, assessing, judging. Ah, the infamous Azria Thorne. The voice came from directly beside me. I turned to find a male wolf I didn't recognize, mid-30s, handsome in a polished way, with auburn hair and green eyes that sparkled with amusement. "I'm Evander Silvius," he said, bowing slightly. "Advisor to the Alpha King on matters of law. Welcome to the Lion's Den." "Wolf's Den," I corrected automatically. His smile widened. "I like her already. Tell me, Lady Azria, how are you finding palace life so far?" "Confining," I said honestly. "Ah, honesty. How refreshing." Evander glanced around the room. "You'll find that's a rare commodity here. Most of these wolves wouldn't recognize the truth if it bit them." "And you're different?" "Absolutely not. I lie with the best of them." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "But at least I'm honest about being dishonest. That's something." Despite myself, I almost smiled. Before I could respond, a hush fell over the room. Darius had entered. He'd changed since this morning, now wearing formal court attire that somehow made him even more imposing. Dark pants and a deep blue coat embroidered with silver wolves, the colors of the royal house. His hair was pulled back, revealing the sharp planes of his face. He looked every inch the Alpha King. His eyes swept the room, acknowledging various wolves with slight nods until they landed on me. For a moment, everything else faded. Those gold eyes held mine, and I felt that same electric pull from before, the one that made my wolf stir restlessly, the one that terrified and thrilled me in equal measure. Then he looked away, and I could breathe again. "Take your seats," Darius commanded, his voice carrying easily through the hall. There was a flurry of movement as wolves found their places. Mireia guided me to a seat about halfway down the table, far enough from Darius to avoid direct attention, close enough to observe the key players. Finn was already seated across from me, looking uncomfortable in formal clothes. I gave him what I hoped was an encouraging smile. Darius took his place at the head of the table. To his right sat Elder Thessa. To his left, Lady Serenia. "Let us give thanks," Thessa intoned, raising her hands. "Moon Goddess, we honor your gifts. The hunt that sustains us. The pack that protects us. The Alpha who guides us. May we prove worthy of your blessings." "May we prove worthy," the room chorused. Then servants appeared, carrying trays laden with food, roasted meats, fresh bread, vegetables glazed with honey, wine that sparkled like captured starlight. The meal began, and with it, the real game. Conversation started innocuously enough. Trade negotiations, border security, the upcoming summer solstice celebration. But I noticed how certain wolves would probe with seemingly casual questions. "Lady Azria, will you be attending the solstice hunt? It's a tradition for all court members to participate. Tell me, how's the Thorne estate faring without your father's management? I understand you have your mother's gift for earth magic. Will you be studying with our court witches?" Each question was a test, designed to reveal information or gauge my reactions. I answered carefully, giving nothing away, while trying to learn what I could from their responses. Then Lord Cassius spoke, his voice cutting through the various conversations. "Alpha King, if I may raise a delicate matter?" Darius set down his wine glass. "Speak, Cassius." "There are concerns among some council members about having the daughter of a traitor residing at court." Cassius's eyes flicked to me, cold and assessing. No offense meant to the young lady, of course. But given her father's crimes, some worry about her loyalties. The room went silent. Every eye turned to me. My heart pounded, but I kept my expression neutral. "Are you questioning my judgment, Cassius?" Darius's voice was dangerously soft. "Not at all, my king. I merely voice concerns that others are too afraid to speak aloud." "Then let me be clear." Darius leaned forward, his gaze sweeping the table. "Azria Thorne is here by my command. She has committed no crime. Her father's sins, if sins they were, are not hers to bear. Anyone who has a problem with her presence can take it up with me directly." The challenge in his words was unmistakable. Cassius bowed his head. "Of course, my king. I meant no disrespect. But the damage was done. The seed of doubt had been planted. Other wolves would wonder now, why was Darius defending me so strongly? What was his real reason for bringing me to court? I felt trapped between gratitude and resentment. I didn't need the Alpha King fighting my battles. But I also couldn't afford to make an enemy of him. Not yet, anyway. If I may speak, Alpha King? I heard myself say. Darius's eyes locked on mine. Please. I stood slowly, acutely aware that every wolf in the room was hanging on my next words. Lord Cassius is right to question my presence here, I said clearly. My father was convicted of terrible crimes. I understand why that makes some of you uncomfortable. I let my gaze move across the faces watching me. But I am not my father. I will not be judged for actions I didn't take or conspiracies I had no part in. Bold words, Cassius murmured. Honest words, I corrected. The Alpha King has shown me mercy by allowing me to serve the court rather than rot in confinement. I intend to prove myself worthy of that mercy. Not through pretty speeches or political games, but through action and loyalty. Loyalty to whom? Lady Serenia asked, her violet eyes sharp. The crown? Or your father's memory? The question was a trap. Answer wrong, and I'd be branded a traitor. Answer right, and I'd be admitting my father's guilt. I met her gaze directly. Loyalty to the truth, I said quietly. Whatever that truth may be. Serenia's eyes narrowed, but before she could respond, Darius stood. Well said, Lady Azria. He raised his wine glass. To tell the truth. May we all have the courage to seek it, even when it costs us dearly. To tell you the truth, the room echoed, though I noticed several wolves didn't drink. The rest of the meal passed in a blur. Conversations resumed, but I could feel the weight of attention still on me, some curious, some hostile, all evaluating. When dessert was finally served, Mireia leaned close and whispered,
You survived. Barely.
But you survived. What happens now? Now the real politicking begins. After dinner socializing is when the important conversations happen. The deals made in corners, the alliances formed over brandy, the knives sharpened in shadow. Lovely. As if on cue, Darius stood again. Those who wish to join me in the study for brandy and discussion are welcome. The rest are dismissed for the evening. About half the wolves stood the inner circle, I realized. The ones with real power. To my surprise, Darius's eyes found mine. Lady Azria. You as well. It wasn't a request. Mireia's eyes widened. That's unprecedented. Ladies-in-waiting don't usually attend the after-dinner councils. Not on their first night. Lucky me, I muttered. Finn caught my eye across the table, worry written across his face. I gave him a small nod, I'll be fine. Though I wasn't sure I believed it. The study turned out to be another grand room, this one more intimate. Leather chairs, a massive fireplace, shelves of ancient books, and a bar that gleamed with crystal decanters. About 15 wolves had joined us, including Cassius, Serenia, Evander, Counselor Lorcan, and Elder Thessa. Darius poured himself a drink and stood before the fireplace, his presence dominating the space. We have matters to discuss, he said without preamble. The rogue attacks along the eastern border have increased. 3 patrols have been ambushed in the past 2 weeks. 7 wolves dead, 12 injured. Counselor Lorcan stepped forward, his scarred face grim. The rogues are getting bolder, better organized. Someone's funding them, training them. Who? Darius demanded. We don't know. But they're not random attacks anymore. They're strategic, hitting supply lines, targeting communication posts, avoiding direct confrontation with our main forces. That suggests military knowledge, Evander observed. Someone who knows our patrol routes and defensive positions. Someone inside our ranks, Serenia added coldly. We have a traitor problem, Alpha King. The word traitor hung in the air, and I felt several wolves glance in my direction. We've been investigating for months, Darius said. No concrete leads. Whoever's behind this is good at covering their tracks. Perhaps we're looking in the wrong places, Cassius suggested. Perhaps the conspiracy goes deeper than we thought. Perhaps it started before we even knew to look. What are you implying? Darius's voice dropped dangerously low. I'm implying that Marcus Thorne's investigation 3 months ago might have stumbled onto something real. And perhaps whoever framed him did so to protect a larger conspiracy. My breath caught. Cassius was suggesting my father had been innocent, that the real traitors were still out there. But why would he do that? What was his angle? Marcus Thorne was guilty, Serenia said flatly. The evidence was conclusive. Let's not rewrite history just because his daughter is in the room. I'm not rewriting anything, Cassius countered. I'm suggesting we consider all possibilities. If there's even a chance Thorne discovered something before his arrest, we need to investigate. What would you have us do? Darius asked. Reopen the case? Question the evidence? Admit we might have executed an innocent man? The silence was deafening. Yes, I said quietly. Every eye turned to me. If there's even a chance my father was innocent, I continued, my voice stronger now, then yes. The case should be reopened. Because if he was framed, that means the real traitors are still free. Still plotting. Still threatening everything you've built here. The girl makes a fair point, Evander said. The girl is biased, Serenia countered. Of course, she wants to believe her father was innocent. But wanting something doesn't make it true. Neither does ignoring evidence because it's inconvenient, I shot back. Serenia's violet eyes flashed dangerously. Careful, little Thorne. You're already on thin ice. Don't give me a reason to watch you drown. Enough, Darius commanded. The single word carried such alpha dominance that several wolves flinched. This debate is pointless without new evidence. Azria, do you have any proof that your father was framed? This was it. The moment I had to decide how much to reveal. If I told them about father's journal, the map, the references to Shadow Peak, I'd be showing my hand. They'd know I was investigating, and whoever the real traitor was would move to eliminate me. But if I said nothing, they'd dismiss me. This opportunity would slip away. I don't have proof yet, I said carefully. But I intend to find it. How noble, Serenia drawled. And what makes you think you'll succeed where trained investigators fail? Because I have something they didn't, I said, meeting her gaze. Motivation. My father's name is all I have left. I won't rest until it's cleared. Darius studied me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he turned to Cassius. Look into it, he ordered. Quietly. Review the evidence from Marcus Thorne's case. See if there's anything we missed. Cassius bowed. As you command, Alpha King. And Azria? Darius's eyes found mine again. Yes. If you're going to investigate your father's death, you'll do it under my supervision. No secret missions. No rogue operations. You report everything you find directly to me. Understood. It was both permission and a warning. Understood, I said. Good. He turned back to the group. Now, regarding the eastern border situation, the discussion moved on to military strategies and resource allocation, but I barely heard it. My mind was racing. Cassius had all but confirmed my father might have been innocent. Why? What did he gain from reopening the case? And Darius, he'd agreed to investigate. Was that genuine? Or was he trying to control my investigation, keep me close so he could monitor what I discovered? Trust no one, Father had written in his journal. That advice felt more relevant than ever. The after-dinner council lasted another hour. By the time Darius dismissed us, I was exhausted, mentally more than physically. Mireia appeared at my elbow as we filed out. That was insane, she whispered. Do you know what you just did? You challenged Lady Serenia in front of the entire inner council. You implied the Alpha King might have executed an innocent man. You basically painted a target on your back. I know. Do you also know that half the wolves in that room now think you're either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid? Which half thinks which? I haven't decided yet, but she was smiling. Come on. Let's get you back to your quarters before someone decides to make their feelings known more directly. We navigated the corridors, which were much darker now, lit only by occasional torches. The palace felt different at night, more dangerous, full of shadows and secrets. We'd almost reached the east tower when a figure stepped out from a side corridor, blocking our path. Elder Thessa. Leave us, she said to Mireia. Mireia glanced at me, uncertain. I nodded, and she reluctantly continued down the hall. When we were alone, Thessa's ancient eyes fixed on me with unsettling intensity. You're playing a dangerous game, child, she said quietly. I'm seeking the truth about my father. The truth? Thessa laughed bitterly. The truth is a weapon, Azria. And weapons can be turned against those who wield them. Why did you give me that key? I asked. Why help me if you think it's dangerous? Because I made a promise to your mother. Because Elena saved my life once, and I owed her a debt. Because despite everything, I believe Marcus Thorne deserves justice, whatever form that justice takes. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to barely a whisper. But you need to understand something. The conspiracy your father uncovered? It's bigger than you know. It involves wolves you trust. Wolves you should trust. If you keep digging, you won't just be risking your life, you'll be risking everything the Northern Territory stands for. What do you mean? I mean the rot goes deep, child. Deeper than the royal court. Deeper than pack politics. And if you pull the wrong thread, the entire tapestry will unravel. Before I could ask what she meant, Thessa pressed something into my hand, a small piece of parchment, folded tight. Read this when you're alone, she whispered. And then burn it. Trust no one. Especially not. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Thessa's eyes widened in alarm. She turned and hurried away, disappearing into the shadows before I could stop her. A moment later, Captain Vaila rounded the corner. Lady Azria, she said, surprised. What are you doing out here alone? Just heading back to my quarters, I said, slipping the parchment into my sleeve. I was delayed at the after-dinner council. Vaila's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew I was hiding something, but she didn't press. Come on, she said. I'll escort you. The palace isn't safe to wander alone at night. Why not? Because not everyone is happy about your presence here. And some wolves express their displeasure in unfortunate ways. The threat was clear. Vaila walked me to my door, checked the rooms quickly, then left with a warning to lock the door behind her. I did, then immediately pulled out the parchment Thessa had given me. My hands shook as I unfolded it. Written in shaky script was a single sentence. The wolf who framed your father sits on the inner council. They're planning something for the summer solstice. Shadow Peak holds the proof. Be careful who you trust. The Alpha King himself may be compromised. I read it 3 times, my blood running cold. Someone on the inner council. Someone I'd just had dinner with. Someone who smiled and nodded and pretended to care about justice, while plotting Moon Goddess knew what. And Darius, compromised? What did that mean? Was he part of the conspiracy? Or was he a target? I didn't know.
Couldn't know. Not yet.
But one thing was certain. I needed to get to Shadow Peak ruins.
Soon.
Whatever proof Father had found, whatever truth he died trying to expose, it was there, waiting. And I was going to find it. Even if it destroyed me. Even if it destroyed everything. I moved to the fireplace and held the parchment to the flames, watching it curl and blacken and turn to ash. Then I pulled out Father's journal and began studying it with new urgency. Somewhere in these pages was the key to everything. I just had to find it before the wolves closing in around me decided I knew too much. Outside my window, the moon hung full and bright, and in its light, I swore I saw shadows moving. Watching. Waiting. The hunt had begun, and I wasn't sure if I was the hunter or the prey. Chapter 5. Secrets in the Dark. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw my father's face. Heard his final words, cut short by Darius's blade. Felt the weight of Elder Thessa's warning pressing against my chest like a stone. The wolf who framed your father sits on the inner council. I'd spent hours poring over Father's journal, trying to match his cryptic notes to the wolves I'd met at dinner. But without knowing his codes, without understanding his abbreviations, it was like trying to read a language I'd never learned. By the time dawn broke, painting my room in shades of gold and rose, I was no closer to answers. A soft knock at my door made me jump. Azria? It's me. Mireya's voice, cheerful as always. I quickly hid the journal under my mattress and opened the door. Mireya swept in carrying a tray laden with breakfast, fresh bread, honey, fruit, and tea that smelled of mint and chamomile. You look terrible, she announced, setting the tray down. Didn't sleep? Not much. The first night in a new place is always hard. Plus, you know, the whole accused your king of executing an innocent man in front of the entire court thing probably didn't help with relaxation. Despite everything, I almost smiled. Was it really that bad? Oh, honey, it was spectacular. Mireya poured tea into delicate cups. The court is buzzing. Half think you're insane. The other half think you're the bravest wolf they've ever seen. And a very small third half, yes, I know math doesn't work that way, think you might actually be right. And what do you think? Mireya was quiet for a moment, her usual brightness dimming. I think your father was a good man who got caught up in something he didn't understand, she said softly. I think someone powerful wanted him silenced. And I think you're walking a very dangerous path by trying to uncover the truth. You believe me? The words came out smaller than I intended. I believe that nothing at court is ever as simple as it seems. Mireya handed me a cup.
Drink.
You need your strength. We have a busy day ahead. Doing what? Your official duties start today, which means I get to teach you how to survive court life without getting poisoned, stabbed, or politically destroyed. She grinned. It should be fun. The next few hours were a whirlwind. Mireya dragged me through the palace, introducing me to dozens of wolves whose names I immediately forgot. She showed me the library, a vast repository of pack history and law. The training grounds, where warriors practiced with brutal efficiency. The gardens, where ladies of court took morning walks and exchanged gossip that could topple kingdoms. Everything at court is about information, Mireya explained as we walked through a corridor lined with portraits of past alpha kings. Who knows what? Who's allied with whom? Who's sleeping with whom, which, trust me, is often the most important part. I'm not interested in court gossip. You should be. Court gossip isn't just idle talk, it's intelligence. Learn to listen to what people aren't saying, and you'll survive. Maybe even thrive. We turned a corner and nearly collided with Lady Serenia. The mistress of intelligence stood with two other wolves, both females, both radiating the same dangerous elegance as their mistress. The little Thorne, Serenia said, her violet eyes assessing me like I was a specimen under glass. Learning the palace layout? How industrious. Lady Serenia. I inclined my head politely, the way Mireya had taught me. Tell me, Azria, may I call you Azria? She didn't wait for permission. How are you finding your new position? Must be quite the change from scrubbing floors at the Thorne estate. The insult was delivered with a smile, which somehow made it worse. I've never scrubbed a floor in my life, I said evenly. We had servants for that. As I'm sure you remember, my father was Beta of Silvercrest. Not quite royalty, but not exactly poverty either. Serenia's smile sharpened. Of course. How foolish of me. Though I suppose when one's father is executed for treason, social standing becomes somewhat fluid. Mireya tensed beside me, but I kept my expression neutral. Is there something you need, Lady Serenia? Or are you simply practicing your verbal sparring for when you face actual opponents? One of Serenia's companions gasped. The other's eyes widened with barely suppressed glee. Serenia herself went very still. Careful, little wolf, she said softly. You're playing in waters far deeper than you understand. It would be a shame if you drown before you even learn to swim. I'll take my chances. For a long moment, we stared at each other. Two wolves measuring threat, calculating weakness, planning strategy. Then Serenia smiled, a real smile this time, full of genuine amusement. You have your mother's fire, she said. Elena could cut with words as well as any blade. I respected her greatly. You knew my mother? Everyone knew Elena Thorne. She was remarkable. Serenia's expression shifted, becoming almost wistful. We weren't friends, exactly. but we understood each other. Two powerful women navigating a world ruled by dominant males. We had an alliance of sorts. This was new information. Father had never mentioned Mother having connections to the royal court. What kind of alliance? I asked carefully. The kind that kept us both alive and influential. Serena glanced at her companions, then back to me. Your mother was wise, Azria. She knew when to fight and when to yield. She understood that sometimes the best way to win is to let others think they've beaten you. That sounds like cowardice. That sounds like survival. Serena stepped closer, her voice dropping low enough that only I could hear. You want to clear your father's name?
Fine.
Noble, even. But you won't do it by making enemies of everyone at court. Choose your battles. Choose your allies. And for Moon Goddess's sake, learn when to keep your mouth shut. Before I could respond, she swept past us, her companions following like shadows. Mireia let out a breath she'd been holding. Well, she said. That was terrifying. Was she threatening me or helping me? With Lady Serena? Usually both. Mireia linked her arm through mine. Come on. We have one more place to see before lunch, and it's the most important one. Where? The Alpha King's private chambers. I stopped walking. Why would we go there? Because part of your duties as lady-in-waiting includes managing the Alpha King's personal schedule, organizing his correspondence, and generally making sure his life runs smoothly. Mireia grinned at my horrified expression. Don't worry. You won't actually be in his rooms when he's there. Mostly. There are exceptions. Morning briefings. Emergency situations. Times when he's entertaining important guests and needs staff present. She tugged me forward. It's fine. Darius is actually pretty reasonable as far as kings go. He won't bite. He executed my father.
Well, yes. There's that.
The Alpha King's private chambers occupied the entire top floor of the palace's central tower. Even the approach was impressive, a grand staircase that spiraled upward, its walls covered in murals depicting the moon in all her phases. Two guards stood at the entrance, their expressions carved from stone. Mireia Clearwater and Azria Thorne, Mireia announced. Here for Lady Azria's orientation. The guards stepped aside without a word. The doors opened into a receiving room that was elegant but surprisingly understated. Comfortable furniture, shelves lined with books, weapons displayed on the walls, swords and daggers that looked both ceremonial and functional. This is where the Alpha King meets with advisors who aren't important enough for the formal council chambers, Mireia explained. Beyond that door is his study, where he actually works. And beyond that, she gestured vaguely. His private quarters, which you'll never see unless something very unusual happens. Or unless he invites her. We both spun around. Darius stood in the doorway to his study, dressed casually in dark pants and a simple shirt. His hair was slightly damp, as if he'd just bathed. Without the formal court attire, he looked younger, more human, but no less dangerous. Alpha King. Mireia bowed quickly. We were just. I heard. His eyes moved to me, showing Lady Azria her new responsibilities. Yes, my king. Good. Leave us. I'll finish the orientation myself. Mireia shot me a look that was equal parts sympathy and panic, then fled, leaving me alone with the wolf who'd killed my father. Darius gestured to his study. Come.
It wasn't a request.
His study was organized chaos. Maps covered every available surface. Reports were stacked in precarious piles. A massive desk dominated one wall, its surface barely visible beneath correspondence and documents. I don't usually allow anyone in here, Darius said, closing the door behind us. But if you're going to manage my schedule and correspondence, you need to understand how I work. Why me? I asked. You have dozens of experienced staff. Why assign a conscripted prisoner to such sensitive duties? Darius was quiet for a moment, studying me with those unreadable gold eyes. Because everyone else at court has an agenda, he said finally. They want something from me: power, influence, favor. You're the only one who wants nothing except the truth about your father. So I'm what? Your pet neutral party. You're someone I can trust not to have ulterior motives. He moved to his desk, sorting through papers. At least, not motives that threaten me directly. How comforting. I'm not asking you to like me, Azria. I'm asking you to do a job.
Can you manage that?
I wanted to say no. I wanted to tell him exactly what I thought of his job and his trust and everything else. But this was an opportunity. Access to his schedule meant knowing where he'd be and when. Access to his correspondence meant seeing who he communicated with, what he was investigating. If I was going to uncover the truth about Father's death, being this close to the center of power was invaluable. Even if it meant working for the man I'd sworn to hate. I can manage, I said. Good. Darius pulled out a leather-bound ledger. This is my schedule for the next month. Meetings, court sessions, border inspections, diplomatic visits. You'll maintain this, coordinate with my advisors, and make sure I'm where I need to be when I need to be there. He handed me the ledger, and our fingers brushed. The contact sent electricity shooting up my arm. I jerked back instinctively. Darius's eyes narrowed. Did you feel that? Feel what? Don't lie to me. We stared at each other, the air between us suddenly charged with something I didn't understand and didn't want to name. I felt it, I admitted quietly. What was it? Darius turned away, his jaw tight. Nothing. A trick of magic. The palace has wards that sometimes react strangely to new wolves. He was lying. I could tell. But I didn't push. Instead, I opened the ledger, scanning the entries. Most were mundane council meetings, trade negotiations, training sessions. But one entry caught my eye. 3 weeks from now, summer solstice gathering, Shadowpeak ruins. My heart stopped. Shadowpeak. I kept my voice carefully neutral. I thought those ruins were abandoned. They are. But the summer solstice is our most important celebration. Every year, the Alpha King performs a ritual at a sacred site to honor the moon goddess and renew the pack bonds. Darius glanced at me. This year, I've chosen Shadowpeak. It's time that place was reclaimed, its dark history laid to rest. Or time for him to destroy whatever evidence Father had hidden there. Will the entire court attend? I asked. The inner council and senior pack members. It's not a public ceremony.
He paused.
You'll be expected to attend as well. As lady-in-waiting, you'll help coordinate the logistics. Perfect. That gave me a legitimate reason to visit Shadowpeak and access to the ruins before the ceremony. Of course, I said. Whatever you need. Darius studied me for a long moment, and I had the uncomfortable feeling he could read my thoughts. You're planning something, he said softly. I'm planning to do my job.
No.
You're planning to investigate your father's death. Probably by doing something reckless and dangerous that will get you killed. I have permission to investigate. You said so yourself. I said you could investigate under my supervision. That doesn't mean sneaking around behind my back. He moved closer, and I forced myself not to step away. Listen to me carefully, Azria. There are wolves at this court who would happily see you dead. Wolves who might have been involved in your father's conviction. If you go charging off on some quest for justice without protection, you'll disappear just like he did. Are you threatening me? I'm trying to keep you alive. There was frustration in his voice now, breaking through the usual cold control. Why is that so difficult for you to understand? Because you killed my father. The words burst out before I could stop them. You executed him without question, without mercy, without even considering that maybe, just maybe, he was telling the truth. So forgive me if I don't trust your sudden concern for my well-being. Silence filled the study. Darius's jaw worked, as if he was fighting some internal battle. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough. You're right. I killed your father. And whether he was guilty or innocent, that blood is on my hands. I'll carry that weight for the rest of my life. His eyes met mine, and I saw something raw there, something that looked almost like guilt. But I won't add your blood to it. So whatever you're planning, whatever investigation you think you need to conduct, you'll do it with my knowledge and my protection. Or you won't do it at all. You can't stop me. I'm the Alpha King. I can do whatever I want. We glared at each other, two wolves locked in a battle of wills. Finally, Darius sighed. 3 days from now, I'm inspecting the eastern border. The journey will take us near Shadow Peak. If you want to see the ruins before the solstice ceremony, you can come with me, officially, as part of my staff. I blinked, surprised. You're giving me access? I'm keeping you where I can see you. There's a difference. He returned to his desk, effectively dismissing me. Report to Captain Viola tomorrow morning. She'll brief you on the inspection tour. And Azria? Yes. Don't make me regret this. I clutched the schedule ledger to my chest and fled before he could change his mind. I found Finn in the palace library, surrounded by books on pack history. There you are, he said, looking up with relief. I've been trying to find you all morning. How did orientation go? Complicated. I sank into the chair beside him. But I have news. Darius is taking us to the eastern border in 3 days. The route passes near Shadow Peak. Finn's eyes widened. You mean? We're going to get our chance to investigate. To find whatever proof Father left there. That's amazing. Then his expression fell. But won't the Alpha King be watching you the whole time?
Probably.
Which is why I need to figure out how to slip away without him noticing.
Azria.
Finn grabbed my hand. What if you're caught? What if Darius realizes what you're doing, and then I'll deal with it? I squeezed his hand. But I have to try, Finn. For Father. For us. For the truth. My brother was quiet for a long moment. I'm coming with you, he said finally. Absolutely not. You can't stop me. If you're going to sneak off to some dangerous ruins to investigate a conspiracy that got our father killed, I'm not letting you do it alone. Finn. I'm not a child, Azria. I'm 14. Old enough to fight. Old enough to help.
His jaw set stubbornly.
Father died trying to protect the truth. The least I can do is help you find it. I wanted to argue. I wanted to keep him safe, sheltered, away from the danger that was closing in around us. But I saw Father's determination in Finn's eyes. Mother's strength in the set of his shoulders. He was growing up, whether I was ready for it or not.
Fine, I said.
But you follow my lead. If things go wrong, you run. Promise me. I promise. We were both lying. Neither of us would run if the other was in danger. But it was a comforting lie, at least. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I stood at my window, looking out over the moonlit palace grounds, and saw shadows moving where no shadows should be. A soft knock at my door made me jump. I opened it cautiously, expecting Maria or Captain Viola. Instead, I found Evander Silvius, the charming legal advisor I'd met at dinner. Forgive the late visit, he said, glancing down the corridor nervously. But I needed to speak with you. Privately. About what? About your father. About what really happened 3 months ago. He met my eyes directly. And about why I think you're in terrible danger. My heart was hammered. Come in. Quickly. Evander slipped inside, and I locked the door behind him. Talk, I commanded. He pulled a folded document from his jacket. I was one of the legal advisors who reviewed the evidence against Marcus Thorne. I helped build the case that convicted him. I was tense. Then why are you here? Because I'm not sure the case was legitimate. He handed me the document. This is a copy of one of the key pieces of evidence, a letter allegedly written by your father, detailing his conspiracy with rogue forces. I unfolded it, scanning the text. It was damning, specific plans, names of co-conspirators, payments arranged, and signed in my father's handwriting. This is forged, I said immediately. How can you tell? The handwriting is close, but not perfect. Father always made his capital T, with a specific flourish. This doesn't have it. I pointed to several places. And these phrases, loyal to the cause, death to tyrants, Father would never use such melodramatic language. He was precise, measured. This reads like someone trying to sound like a conspirator. Evander nodded slowly. That's what I thought too. But when I raised concerns with the council, I was told the handwriting had been verified by experts. The evidence was solid. I should stop questioning and accept the verdict.
Who told you that?
Lord Cassius. Evander's expression was troubled. He was the one who presented most of the evidence. He seemed almost eager to convict your father, to close the case quickly. Cassius, the master of trade who'd suggested reopening father's case at dinner. Why would he push for conviction, then advocate for reinvestigation? Unless he was playing both sides. Unless he was the traitor, manipulating events to his advantage. There's more, Evander continued. I did some digging, quietly, carefully. And I found something interesting. 3 weeks before your father's arrest, he requested a meeting with Lord Cassius. The topic: irregularities in trade shipments along the eastern border. My pulse quickened. The same border where rogue attacks are increasing.
Exactly.
I think Marcus discovered that Cassius was using his position to smuggle supplies to rogue forces. Weapons, maybe.
Food.
Medicine. Enough to turn scattered wolves into an organized army. And when father confronted him, Cassius framed him for the very crime he was committing. That's my theory, but I have no proof. And accusing a member of the inner council without evidence would be suicide. Then we find proof. I looked at Evander directly. Will you help me? He hesitated. If I'm caught assisting you, I'll be executed for treason.
I know.
I'm asking anyway. Evander was quiet for a long moment. Then he smiled, that same charming, slightly reckless smile from dinner. Your mother once told me that some causes are worth dying for. I didn't understand what she meant. His eyes met mine. I think I'm starting to. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. We might both end up dead before this is over. He moved toward the door. 3 days, you said? When the Alpha King inspects the eastern border?
Yes. Why?
Because Cassius will be here at the palace while Darius is gone. Which means I might be able to access his private offices, search for evidence connecting him to the rogues. That's incredibly dangerous. So, is what you're doing? Evander grinned. Seems like danger is becoming a family trait for Thorns and their allies. After he left, I sat in the darkness, my mind racing. Pieces were starting to fall into place. The conspiracy father had uncovered. The traitor on the inner council. The connection to the rogue attacks. Cassius. It all pointed to Cassius. But something still didn't fit. If Cassius was the traitor, why suggest reopening father's case? Why risk exposing himself? Unless he was confident the evidence at Shadow Peak had been destroyed. Unless he knew something I didn't. I pulled out father's journal, searching for any mention of Cassius. And there, buried in coded notes from 4 months ago, I found it. CR is the key. But not the only one. The conspiracy has multiple heads. Cut off one. 2 more grow. Need to find the center. The source. Before it's too late. CR Cassius Ravenwood. Multiple heads. Multiple conspirators. This was bigger than one traitor. Bigger than I'd imagined. And I was about to walk straight into the heart of it. Outside, the moon hung heavy and full. 3 days until the border inspection. 3 days until Shadow Peak. 3 days until I'd either find the truth or join my father in death. Chapter 6. The journey begins. The morning of the border inspection dawned cold and gray. I stood in the palace courtyard at dawn, wrapped in a traveling cloak, watching as servants loaded supplies into wagons. Around me, warriors from the King's Guard prepared their horses with military efficiency, checking saddles, sharpening weapons, speaking in low voices about patrol routes and potential threats. This wasn't just an inspection. It was a military operation. Nervous? I turned to find Captain Viola beside me, already mounted on a black mare that looked as dangerous as its rider. Should I be? I asked. The eastern border is where most of the rogue attacks have been happening. We'll have 20 guards with us, but that doesn't guarantee safety. Viola's green eyes assessed me. You know how to fight? I've had basic training. Basic won't cut it if rogues attack. Stay close to the king at all times. If something goes wrong, you run. Don't try to be a hero. Before I could respond, a commotion at the palace entrance drew everyone's attention. Darius emerged, dressed in traveling leathers that somehow made him look even more formidable than his court attire. His dark hair was pulled back, revealing the sharp angles of his face. 2 swords crossed his back, and a silver dagger hung at his belt. He looked like war itself given form. Behind him came Finn, similarly dressed, though my brother looked more excited than dangerous. "I thought you were staying at the palace," I said when Finn reached me. The Alpha King changed his mind. Finn's eyes sparkled with barely contained energy. He said if I'm going to be living at court, I should understand border security. "So I'm coming as an observer." I shot a look at Darius, who was conferring with Vaila. Had he guessed what I was planning? Was this his way of keeping both of us under watch? "Mount up," Darius called. "We leave in 5 minutes." A stable hand brought me a dappled gray mare. I swung into the saddle, grateful for the riding lessons Father had insisted on when I was younger. Father. The thought of him brought a sharp pang. He'd ridden this same route countless times as Beta, inspecting borders, meeting with patrol leaders, ensuring the pack's safety. Had he known, even then, that his investigations would lead to his death? The gates opened, and our party rode out into the misty morning. The journey to the eastern border would take 2 days, with an overnight stop at a way station halfway. From there, it was only a few hours' detour to Shadow Peak ruins. I'd spent the past 3 nights planning how to slip away from the group. It wouldn't be easy. Darius had positioned me near the center of our formation, surrounded by guards. But I'd find a way. I had to. We rode in relative silence for the first few hours. The landscape gradually shifted from cultivated farmland to wild forest. Ancient trees rose on either side of the road, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the weak sunlight into patterns of shadow and green. It was beautiful and deeply unsettling. "This forest has a dark history," a voice said beside me. I looked over to find Counselor Lorcan had maneuvered his horse alongside mine. The scarred master of war studied the trees with wary eyes. "What kind of history?" I asked. 200 years ago, this was where the final battle between the Silver Moon Dynasty and the first Alpha King took place. Lorcan gestured to the forest floor, where old stones poked through the undergrowth. "Thousands died here. Some say their spirits still linger, trapped between worlds." "You believe in ghosts?" "I believe in respecting the dead." His eyes, dark and knowing, fixed on me. "Your mother was descended from the Silver Moon line, wasn't she?" I stiffened. Distantly. The bloodline was so diluted by the time it reached her, there was barely any power left. "Still. Silver Moon blood running through your veins. That makes you special, Lady Azria. And dangerous to some." "Why are you telling me this?" Lorcan was quiet for a moment, his scarred face unreadable. "Because I knew your father," he said finally. "Marcus Thorne was one of the finest warriors I ever trained. Honorable, loyal, incapable of betrayal." He paused. "Which is why I never believed he was guilty." My heart skipped. "You think he was framed?" "I think the evidence was too convenient. Too perfect." I said as much to the Alpha King during the trial. Lorcan's jaw tightened. He didn't listen. Or couldn't listen. Sometimes a king must make decisions based on political necessity rather than personal belief. That's a coward's excuse. That's the burden of leadership. Lorcan's eyes moved to where Darius rode at the front of our column, his posture alert, constantly scanning for threats. "You hate him for what he did. I understand that. But understand this too. Darius Volcrest carries the weight of every wolf in the Northern Territories on his shoulders. Every decision he makes affects thousands of lives. Sometimes he has to sacrifice one to save many. My father wasn't a sacrifice. He was a scapegoat. Perhaps. Or perhaps Darius believed he was guilty, based on evidence that was expertly falsified. Either way, the result is the same. Marcus Thorne is dead, and his killers walk free." I studied Lorcan's face, trying to determine if this was genuine sympathy or some elaborate manipulation. "If you believed father was innocent," I said carefully, "why didn't you do something? Why didn't you investigate?" I tried. Quietly. Lorcan's expression darkened. "I was warned off. Told that questioning the king's judgment was tantamount to treason. Told that some matters were above my station to question. Who warned you? Lord Cassius. Lady Serenia. Others on the inner council. He shook his head. They closed ranks. Made it clear that pursuing the matter further would be inadvisable. Another piece of the puzzle. Cassius and Serenia working together to suppress questions about father's conviction. Were they both involved in the conspiracy? Or was one protecting the other? Why are you telling me this now? I asked. Lorcan glanced around, ensuring no one else was close enough to hear. Because you're investigating anyway. I can see it in your eyes, the same determination your father had when he was onto something. He leaned closer. And because if you're going to uncover the truth, you'll need allies. Real allies, not court sycophants who'll sell you out the moment it's convenient. You're offering to help me? I'm offering to not stop you. There's a difference. Lorcan straightened in his saddle. But if you find proof, real, undeniable proof, bring it to me first. Before you take it to the king. I'll make sure it reaches the right people, that it's heard without interference. And if the proof implicates someone powerful, then we deal with that when it comes. His scarred hand moved to the sword at his hip. I've spent 40 years protecting the Northern Territories, Lady Azria. I won't let traitors destroy what we've built, no matter how highly placed they are. Before I could respond, Darius raised his hand, signaling a halt. Water break, Viola called. 10 minutes. Our party dismounted beside a clear stream. Wolves scattered, some watering horses, others stretching road-weary muscles. I found Finn helping stable one of the pack horses. Did you hear what Lorcan said? He whispered. I nodded. He suspects Cassius and Serenia. Maybe others. That's good, right? We have an ally. Maybe. Or maybe he's testing us, seeing if we'll reveal what we know. I glanced around, ensuring we weren't overheard. Trust no one, Finn. Not until we have proof. My brother's face fell slightly, but he nodded. A shadow fell across us. We both looked up to find Darius standing there, his expression unreadable. Walk with me, he said. It wasn't a request. I followed him away from the others, along the stream bank. The sound of running water provided cover for conversation. You've been talking to Lorcan, Darius said. Is that forbidden? It's interesting. Lorcan doesn't usually engage in idle chatter. He stopped, turning to face me. What did he want? I considered lying. But something in Darius's eyes told me he'd know. He said he never believed my father was guilty. That the evidence was too convenient. Darius's jaw tightened. Did he? Is he right? Was the evidence too convenient? The evidence was thorough, documented, and verified by multiple sources. That's not what I asked. We stared at each other, the tension between us thick enough to cut. You want to know if I have doubts? Darius asked quietly. If I lie awake at night wondering if I executed an innocent man? The answer is yes. Every day since I gave that order, I've questioned it. Every day, I've searched for something, anything, that would prove Marcus Thorne's guilt beyond the shadow of doubt. And I haven't found it.
His voice was raw.
Which terrifies me more than you know. The admission hung between us, vulnerable and dangerous. Then help me, I said. Help me find the truth. If father was guilty, I'll accept it. But if he was innocent, if someone framed him, then I executed an innocent man, and the real traitors are still out there, plotting their next move. Darius ran a hand through his hair. I know. Trust me, I know. So, let me investigate. Really investigate. Give me access to the evidence, to the witnesses, to everything. I can't do that. Why not? Because if I officially reopen the case, it will look like weakness. Like I'm second-guessing my own judgment. The wolves who already question my authority will see it as an opportunity to challenge me. His gold eyes burned into mine. The Northern Territories are held together by strength and certainty. If the Alpha King appears weak or uncertain, everything falls apart. So, political expedience is more important than justice? Sometimes, yes. The words seemed to cost him. I know that makes me a monster in your eyes. But it's the truth of leadership. Sometimes you sacrifice what's right for what's necessary. That's exactly what a tyrant would say. Then perhaps I am a tyrant. Darius stepped closer, and I caught his scent, pine and smoke and something wild that made my wolf stir despite everything. But I'm a tyrant who's kept the peace for 10 years. Who's prevented wars and famines, and the kind of chaos that kills innocents by the thousands. So, if being a tyrant means making impossible choices, I'll bear that burden. We were so close now I could see the flecks of amber in his gold eyes. Could feel the heat radiating from his body. Mount up. Viola's voice shattered the moment. Darius stepped back, his expression closing off. We ride hard for the next 3 hours, he said formally. We need to reach the way station before dark. Stay alert. He walked away before I could respond. I stood by the stream, my heart hammering, my mind reeling. Darius had doubts. Real doubts about father's guilt. But he couldn't admit them publicly without risking everything he'd built. Which meant if I wanted justice, I'd have to find proof so undeniable that even a king couldn't ignore it. Shadow Peak. The answer was that Shadow Peak. And we were less than a day away. The way station was a fortified compound built into the side of a hill, stone walls, guard towers, and a central lodge that could house 50 wolves comfortably. We arrived just as the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of blood and gold. Secure the perimeter, Darius ordered. Double watches tonight. I don't trust this area. Expecting trouble, my king? Viola asked. Always. I helped servants carry supplies into the lodge. The main room had a massive fireplace already burning, casting dancing shadows across rough-hewn walls. Finn found me as I was spreading out my bedroll in the women's sleeping area. I scouted the area, he whispered. Shadow Peak is about 3 hours northeast of here. If we leave at midnight, we could get there and back before dawn. Don't even start. I'm coming. I wanted to argue, but I knew it was pointless. Finn had inherited father's stubbornness along with his eyes.
Fine.
But we need to be careful. Darius has guards posted everywhere. I already figured out a blind spot in the watch rotation. There's a section of the eastern wall that's only checked every 2 hours. We can slip out there. When did you become an expert in guard rotations? Father taught me. Remember? He said a good wolf always knows 3 ways out of any situation. Finn's voice cracked slightly. I never thought I'd be using it like this. I pulled him into a hug. He'd be proud of you. You know that, right? I hope so. That night, we gathered in the main hall for dinner. It was a more relaxed affair than the formal court dinners. Warriors trading stories, servants laughing, the tension of the road temporarily easing. I found myself seated between Lorcan and another guard I didn't recognize. Darius sat at the head of the table, but his eyes kept drifting to me. Every time I looked up, I caught him watching, his expression unreadable. It was unnerving. After dinner, as wolves began settling down for the night, Viola approached me. The Alpha King wants to see you. In his private quarters. My stomach dropped. Why? He didn't say. But when the king summons you, she shrugged. You go. Finn shot me a worried look from across the room. I gave him a small nod. I'll be fine, and followed Viola up a narrow staircase to the 2nd floor. She stopped before a heavy wooden door. He's expecting you. Her expression was carefully neutral. Whatever he wants to discuss, be honest. The Alpha King has a way of knowing when people lie to him. She left me standing there, my heart pounding. I knocked. Enter, Darius's voice called. I stepped into a room that was sparse but functional. A bed, a desk covered with maps, weapons mounted on the walls. A single window overlooked the dark forest beyond. Darius stood at that window, his back to me, silhouetted against the moonlight. Close the door, he said quietly. I suddenly became very aware of how alone we were. You're planning to leave tonight, he said, still not turning around. You and your brother. You're going to sneak out during the watch change and head to Shadow Peak ruins. My blood turned to ice. How did you? I'm not an idiot, Azria. Now he turned, and his eyes gleamed in the darkness. You think I don't notice the way you've been studying maps? The way Finn has been scouting exits? I've been a warrior for 20 years. I know what preparation for a secret mission looks like. I lifted my chin, refusing to show fear. Are you going to stop me? I should. It's dangerous, reckless, and exactly the kind of thing that will get you killed. He moved closer, and I forced myself not to back away. But I'm not going to stop you. You're not.
No.
Because I understand why you need to go. Why do you need to see whatever your father left there? He stopped directly in front of me. But I am going with you.
What? No.
I don't need. You don't have a choice. His voice was firm. If you're going to Shadow Peak, I'm coming. As protection, as witness, as whatever you need. But you're not going alone. Why would you help me? If I find proof that father was innocent, it proves you executed the wrong man. It destroys your credibility, your authority. Then so be it. The words were soft but absolute. I'd rather face the truth and deal with the consequences than live with the doubt. If your father was innocent, Azria, then I owe him, and you, more than I can ever repay. The least I can do is help you find that proof. I stared at him, trying to understand this wolf who seemed to contradict himself at every turn. Tyrant and protector. Executioner and ally. What about Finn? I asked. He stays here. I'll have Viola watch him personally. If things go wrong at Shadow Peak, I won't be responsible for getting both of you killed. He won't like that. I don't care what he likes. This is non-negotiable. Darius turned back to the window. We leave in 2 hours. Dress warmly and bring weapons. The ruins are unstable, and there may be rogues in the area. Darius. That's all. You're dismissed. I stood there for a moment, my mind whirling with questions and doubts and a strange, unwanted gratitude. Then I left before I could do something stupid like thank him. 2 hours later, I met Darius at the eastern wall. He'd changed into dark clothing that helped him blend with the shadows. 2 swords crossed his back, and he carried a pack of supplies. Where's Finn? I asked. In his room, under guard. Viola told him I'd personally hunt him down if he tried to follow us. Darius's mouth quirked slightly. He wasn't happy, but he'll obey. We slipped through the blind spot Finn had identified, moving into the forest with the practiced silence of trained wolves. The moon lit our path, full and bright and somehow ominous. Neither of us spoke as we traveled. The forest was too dangerous for conversation. Every sound could be a threat. Every shadow could hide enemies. After 3 hours of hard hiking, we emerged from the trees onto a rocky hillside. And there, silhouetted against the star-filled sky, stood Shadow Peak ruins. It had once been a fortress, massive stone walls, crumbling towers, a central keep that rose like a broken tooth toward the moon. Now it was a corpse of a building, haunted and abandoned. Your father came here, Darius said quietly, the night before his arrest. We found evidence of his presence, footprints, disturbed stones. But we never found whatever he was looking for. Maybe you weren't looking in the right place. I started forward, but Darius caught my arm. Wait, something's wrong. What? He inhaled deeply, his wolf senses extending. Fresh scents. Multiple wolves. Someone else is here. My heart pounded. Rogues? I don't know. But we're not alone. We moved forward cautiously, weapons drawn, every sense alert. The entrance to the keep yawned before us like a mouth, dark, forbidding, full of secrets. And somewhere in that darkness, answers waited. Or death. Or both. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. Into shadow. Into danger. Into the truth that would change everything. Chapter 7: The Shadows. The interior of Shadow Peak ruins smelled of decay and old blood. Moonlight filtered through gaps in the crumbling ceiling, creating pools of silver that only emphasized the darkness between them. Stones crunched beneath our boots, the sound echoing off walls that had once rung with the voices of warriors long dead. Stay close, Darius whispered, his hand moving to one of the swords on his back. I nodded, gripping the dagger he'd given me before we left. My wolf senses were on high alert, picking up traces of scent that made my hackles rise. Wolves had been here recently. Multiple wolves. And something else, something metallic and wrong that I couldn't identify. We moved deeper into the keep, following a corridor lined with collapsed archways and broken statues. Faces stared at us from the stone, ancient wolves carved in poses of battle and honor, their features worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. This was the Silver Moon Dynasty's final stronghold, Darius said quietly, his voice barely audible. When Balthazar declared himself the first Alpha King, the Silver Moons refused to bow. They barricaded themselves here for 3 months before the siege broke them. You sound like you admire them. I admire anyone who stands by their principles, even when it costs them everything. His gold eyes glinted in the darkness. Though I question the wisdom of choosing death over compromise. Some things are worth dying for. And some things are worth living for. He glanced at me. Your father believed that. Whatever he discovered here, he thought it was important enough to risk his life for. But not important enough to throw his life away unnecessarily. And yet he died anyway. Yes. The word was heavy with regret. He did. We reached what had once been a great hall. The ceiling had partially collapsed, leaving rubble scattered across a floor that still bore faint traces of painted symbols, protection wards, if I remembered my mother's teachings correctly. Where would he have hidden something? I murmured, scanning the room. Father was methodical. He wouldn't just leave evidence lying around. He'd secure it somehow. Darius moved to the far wall, examining the stones. The Silver Moons were known for hidden chambers and secret passages. If your father found one... A sound froze us both. Footsteps. Multiple sets. Coming from deeper in the ruins. Darius's hand shot out, pulling me behind a collapsed pillar. We pressed against the cold stone, barely breathing. 3 figures emerged from a doorway at the far end of the hall. They wore dark clothing that concealed their features, but even from a distance, I could tell they were searching for something. Should be here somewhere, one of them muttered. The contact was very specific. Central Keep, Great Hall, beneath the old moon altar. I don't see any altar, another complained. Because it's buried under 2 centuries of rubble, you idiot. Start digging. They moved into the room, and I got a better look at them. Rogues, definitely. But well-equipped rogues, they carried quality weapons and moved with trained precision. These weren't desperate outcasts. These were soldiers. Cassius's rogues. Darius breathed so quietly I almost didn't hear him. They're after the same thing we are. My mind raced. If Cassius had sent wolves here to find father's evidence, it meant he knew something had been left behind. Knew, and was trying to destroy it before anyone else found it. We had to get to it first. But how? We were outnumbered, and any fight would alert whoever else might be lurking in these ruins. Then I saw it, a symbol carved into the pillar we hid behind. Faint, almost invisible underlayers of grime and lichen. My mother's family crest. The silver moon with 3 stars. Darius, I whispered, pointing. His eyes narrowed. What about it? That's my mother's bloodline marker. She told me once that the silver moons left signs for their descendants, clues that only someone with their blood could recognize. Can you read it? I studied carving, trying to remember mother's lessons. She taught me some of the old symbols, though I'd been young and hadn't paid as much attention as I should have. 3 stars. 3 points. 3 directions, I breathed. It's pointing. 3 different directions from this spot. I looked where the symbol indicated. 3 areas of the Great Hall, each seemingly unremarkable. But one of them, the northeastern corner, had a section of floor that looked slightly different from the rest. The stones were newer, less weathered. There, I whispered. That's where father would have hidden it. The rogues are moving toward that area, Darius noted. We need to move.
Now.
He pulled a small vial from his pack. Flash powder. When I throw this, it'll create a bright light and a lot of smoke. We run for that corner, get what we came for, and get out through that side passage. He pointed to a doorway I hadn't noticed, half hidden behind fallen masonry. What about the rogues? They'll be blind and confused for about 30 seconds. That's all we need. His eyes met mine. Ready?
No.
Not even close. But I nodded anyway. Darius threw the vial. It shattered against the floor between us and the rogues, and suddenly the world was white light and choking smoke. Shouts of alarm. Confusion. Go. Darius pushed me forward. We ran. I stumbled over rubble, half blind from the flash, but Darius's hand on my arm kept me upright and moving. We reached the northeastern corner just as the smoke began to clear. Intruders, one of the rogues shouted. There. Find it, Darius commanded, positioning himself between me and the approaching rogues. I'll hold them off. My hands scrabbled at the newer stones. They were loose, recently disturbed. Father had been here, had hidden something. Behind me, steel rang against steel as Darius engaged the first rogue. My fingers found a gap between stones. I pulled, and a section of the floor lifted away, revealing a small cavity beneath. Inside was a leather satchel, identical to the one Father had left at the estate. I grabbed it just as something whistled past my ear. An arrow. I threw myself flat, as more arrows followed. The rogues had archers. Azria. Darius's voice was urgent. We need to move. He'd disarmed one rogue and wounded another, but the third was circling, and I could hear more footsteps approaching from deeper in the ruins. Reinforcements. We were about to be overwhelmed. I clutched the satchel to my chest and ran for the side passage Darius had indicated. He followed, blocking another arrow with his sword in a move that should have been impossible. We plunged into the passage just as more rogues poured into the great hall. This way. I could barely see in the darkness, but something, instinct, or maybe mother's blood singing in my veins, guided me forward. The passage twisted and turned, descending deeper into the ruins. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit echoed. They're gaining, Darius panted. Then the passage opened into a chamber I recognized from stories Mother had told me. The Silver Moon Sanctuary. It was smaller than I'd imagined, but still beautiful despite centuries of neglect. The walls were covered in carvings of the moon in all her phases. A stone altar stood at the center, its surface etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the darkness. Actually glowed. It's responding to you, Darius said, his voice filled with wonder. Your silver moon blood is activating the wards. The glow intensified, and suddenly I understood. This was a sanctuary in the truest sense, a place protected by ancient magic. A place where only Silver Moon descendants could safely enter. As if to prove my theory, the rogues burst through the passage entrance and immediately recoiled, crying out in pain. What is this? One of them screamed, clutching his head. Blood wards, I whispered. The Silver Moons protected their sacred places. Anyone without their bloodline who enters feels. I watched as the rogues stumbled backward, their faces twisted in agony.
Pain.
Confusion. Terror. How do you know this? My mother taught me. I moved to the altar, running my fingers over the glowing symbols. She said the Silver Moons believed some truths were too dangerous for those with darkness in their hearts. The rogues couldn't enter. They clustered at the threshold, snarling and cursing, but the wards held them back. We're safe, Darius said.
For now.
But they'll find another way around, or they'll wait for us out. Then we need to move fast. I opened the satchel Father had hidden, my hands shaking. Inside were 3 items. Another journal, this one smaller than the first. A sealed letter addressed to whoever finds this. And a small wooden box, locked. I opened the letter first, recognizing Father's handwriting immediately. If you're reading this, I'm dead. And everything I feared has come to pass. I discovered the conspiracy 3 months ago, quite by accident. I was investigating irregularities in border trade when I stumbled onto something much larger, a plot to overthrow the Alpha King and destabilize the Northern Territories. The conspiracy involves multiple members of the Inner Council. I have documented evidence of their meetings, their plans, their financing of rogue armies. It's all in the journal. But the conspiracy has a leader. Someone I trusted. Someone close to the king. I arranged a meeting here at Shadow Peak to confront them, to give them a chance to surrender peacefully. Instead, they framed me for the very crimes they were committing. By the time you read this, I will have been executed. But the real traitors will still be free, still working to destroy everything we've built. The wooden box contains the final piece of evidence, proof of the leader's identity. The key is hidden in plain sight, in a place only my family would think to look. Azria, if it's you reading this, I'm sorry. Sorry for leaving you. Sorry for the burden I'm placing on your shoulders. But you're strong, like your mother. You'll know what to do.
Clear my name.
Expose the traitors. Save the Northern Territories. And forgive me for not being there to see the remarkable woman I know you'll become. All my love, Father. Tears blurred my vision. I wiped them away angrily and turned to the journal. It was filled with Father's meticulous notes, dates, times, locations of secret meetings. Financial records showing payments to rogue forces. Names I recognized, Cassius, Serenia, even Evander. All of them involved to varying degrees. But one name appeared more than any other, circled and underlined repeatedly. Lord Cassius Ravenwood, primary conspirator. It was Cassius, I whispered. He orchestrated everything. The frame job, the false evidence, Father's execution. All of it. Darius read over my shoulder, his expression growing darker with each page. This is comprehensive, he said quietly. If even half of this is accurate, Cassius has been building a shadow army for years, using his position as master of trade to funnel weapons and supplies to rogues, positioning himself to strike when the time was right. But why? I demanded. What does he gain from destabilizing your rule? Power. Darius's voice was hard. If the Northern Territories fall into chaos, someone has to restore order. Someone strong enough to unite the packs through force. Cassius has always believed I'm too soft, too concerned with reform and modernization. He wants to return to the old ways, the brutal, unforgiving ways of our ancestors. And he's willing to destroy everything to do it. Yes. I looked at the wooden box. Father said the final proof is in here. The evidence that identifies the leader conclusively. Where's the key? Hidden in plain sight, in a place only my family would think to look. I turned the words over in my mind. What place? What would Father consider? Then it hit me. Mother's necklace. I breathed. The silver moon pendant she always wore. Father gave it to me after she died. He said to keep it safe, that it was more important than I knew. I pulled the necklace from beneath my shirt. I'd worn it every day for 5 years, never taking it off. The pendant was a simple silver crescent moon. But when I examined it closely, I saw what I'd missed before, a tiny seam along the edge. It wasn't just a pendant. It was a locket. I pried it open with my fingernail. Inside was a tiny key, no bigger than my thumbnail. Clever, Darius murmured. Who would think to look for something so important in a piece of jewelry? I inserted the key into the box's lock. It turned with a soft click. Inside the box was a single piece of parchment, folded carefully. I unfolded it with trembling hands.
It was a contract.
An agreement between Lord Cassius Ravenwood and someone identified only as the Silent Alpha. The terms were explicit. Cassius would provide military support and resources. In return, the Silent Alpha would help him overthrow Darius and install Cassius as the new Alpha King of the Northern Territories. The contract was signed by Cassius and by one other person. My blood turned to ice as I read the name. Lady Serenia Nightshade. Serenia, the mistress of intelligence. The wolf who controlled information throughout the Northern Territories. She wasn't just involved in the conspiracy. She was its architect. Moon Goddess, Darius breathed, reading over my shoulder. Serenia. I trusted her completely. She's been advising me for 8 years. She has access to everything, every secret, every security protocol, every weakness in our defenses. She's the Silent Alpha, I said, the pieces finally clicking into place. She's been manipulating events from the shadows, using Cassius as her public face, while she pulls the strings. That's why Father couldn't figure out who was really in charge, because Serena made sure she stayed invisible. And when your father got too close to the truth, she framed him using evidence only she could have fabricated. Darius's voice was deadly quiet. She used her position to manufacture witnesses, forge documents, and convince me that Marcus Thorne was guilty of treason, while the real traitor stood at your side, advising you, guiding your decisions. We stared at each other, the full horror of the betrayal settling over us. "We need to get this evidence back to the palace," Darius said. "Immediately. If Serena realizes we know." A slow clap echoed through the sanctuary. We both spun around. Lady Serena Nightshade stood at the threshold, her violet eyes gleaming with dark amusement. Behind her, at least a dozen rogues filled the passage, all armed, all dangerous. "How touching," she said, her voice dripping with false sympathy. The brave daughter and the noble king, united in their quest for truth. It's almost romantic. Somehow, she'd entered the sanctuary. The blood wards hadn't stopped her. "Silver moon blood," I whispered, understanding dawning. "You're a descendant too. That's why you could enter." "Half-blood, actually. My mother was Silver Moon, my father a lesser noble." Serena stepped into the chamber, her movements fluid and predatory. The bloodline that was supposed to die out? It didn't. Some of us survived, hiding in plain sight, waiting for our chance to reclaim what was stolen from us. "So, this is about revenge?" Darius demanded. 200 years of peace, and you'd throw it away for ancient grudges? "This is about justice," Serena corrected. "The Alpha King stole our throne through treachery and violence. They've ruled long enough. It's time for the Silver Moons to return to power. Through chaos and bloodshed? Through framing innocent wolves and murdering those who get in your way? Through strength." Serena's eyes hardened. "The Northern Territories have grown soft under your rule, Darius. You coddle the weak. You waste resources on reform and modernization instead of military might. You've made us vulnerable to our enemies. I've made us civilized. You've made us weak." She turned her gaze to me. "And you, little Azria. So determined to clear your father's name. Did it ever occur to you that Marcus Thorne was just a stepping stone? That his death was merely the first move in a much larger game?" "You're insane," I spat. "I'm practical. Your father was at a loose end. So are you." She gestured to her rogues. "Kill them both. Make it look like they died fighting each other. A tragic murder-suicide between the grief-stricken daughter and the guilt-ridden king. Poetic, really." The rogues advanced. Darius moved in front of me, both swords drawn. "You'll have to go through me first." "With pleasure." Serena smiled. "I've been wanting to kill you for years, Darius. Thank you for finally giving me the excuse." She shifted, not into a normal wolf form, but into something else. Something larger, more powerful, touched by ancient magic that made my skin crawl. A Silver Moon alpha form. The kind that hadn't been seen in 2 centuries. "Run," Darius commanded. "Take the evidence and run. Find Viola. Get to safety." "I'm not leaving you." That wasn't a request. He pushed me toward a section of wall that looked solid but wasn't. Another hidden passage. "Go.
Now."
Serena's transformed form lunged. Darius met her head-on, their collision shaking the chamber. I clutched the satchel and ran. Behind me, the sounds of battle echoed, snarls, the clash of steel, the wet crunch of claws meeting flesh. I couldn't look back, couldn't stop. I plunged into the hidden passage, running blind through darkness, guided only by instinct and desperate hope. The passage twisted upward, finally emerging into the forest beyond the ruins. I stumbled into the moonlight, gasping for air, my heart hammering so hard it hurt. Behind me, Shadow Peak ruins loomed like a tombstone, and somewhere inside, Darius was fighting for his life, fighting for both of us. I wanted to go back. Every instinct screamed at me to help him, but he'd ordered me to run, to protect the evidence, to make sure Father's death wasn't in vain.
So I ran.
Through the forest, stumbling over roots and stones, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. And when I finally collapsed against a tree, the satchel clutched my chest, I allowed myself one moment of weakness. One moment to cry for my father, who died trying to expose the truth. For Darius, who might be dying right now defending me. For myself, suddenly alone in a forest full of enemies with evidence that could save the Northern Territories or get me killed. Then I wiped my tears, took a deep breath, and started moving again. Toward the way station. Toward safety. Toward whatever came next. Because Father hadn't died for nothing. And I'd be damned if I let Serenia win. Chapter 8. The Price of Truth. I burst through the way station gates, just as dawn broke over the mountains. The guards on duty shouted in alarm, weapons drawn, but I didn't stop running until I reached the main lodge. Captain Viola. I screamed, my voice raw. Someone get Captain Viola. Wolves poured from the building, warriors jerking awake, servants rushing to see what the commotion was about. In the chaos, I spotted Finn pushing through the crowd. Azria. He grabbed my shoulders, his eyes wide with terror. What happened? Where's the Alpha King? You're covered in blood. Not mine, I gasped, though I wasn't entirely sure that was true. My arms were scratched and bleeding from my desperate flight through the forest. Where's Viola? Here. The captain appeared, fully armed despite the early hour. Her green eyes swept over me, cataloging every detail with trained efficiency. Report.
Now.
Shadow Peak. Ambush. Rogues and... I swallowed hard. Lady Serenia. She's a traitor. She's been working with Cassius to overthrow Darius. They have an army. The Alpha King stayed behind to fight them off so I could escape with the evidence. The words tumbled out in a rush. Around me, wolves exchanged shocked glances. That's impossible, someone muttered. Lady Serenia is mistress of intelligence. She's served the crown for years while plotting its downfall. I interrupted, pulling Father's journal from the satchel. It's all here. Documentation of the conspiracy. Proof that my father was framed. Proof that Serenia and Cassius have been funding rogue armies and planning a coup. Viola snatched the journal, her eyes scanning the pages with increasing fury. Moon Goddess, she breathed. This is comprehensive. If even half of this is accurate. She looked up at me. You said the Alpha King stayed behind.
Yes.
To fight Serenia and her rogues. To give me time to escape. How many rogues? At least a dozen. Maybe more. My voice cracked. Viola, we have to go back. We have to help him. We will. But not recklessly. She turned to the assembled warriors. Listen up. The Alpha King is under attack at Shadow Peak Ruins. We rode out in 5 minutes. Full combat gear. Assume heavy resistance. Leave half our force here to protect the way station and Lady Azria. I'm coming with you, I said immediately. Absolutely not. You have the evidence. You're the witness. If something happens to you, everything your father died for is lost. If something happens to Darius, none of it matters. The words came out louder than I intended. Several wolves stared at me, and I realized what I'd just revealed. I cared. About Darius. About the wolf who'd executed my father. Moon Goddess helped me. I actually cared. Viola's expression softened slightly. I know. But you're more valuable alive and safe than dead and heroic. Let us do our job. She was right. I knew she was right. But every instinct screamed at me to go back, to fight, to not abandon Darius the way I'd abandoned father. Captain. A scout rushed up, his face pale. Riders approaching from the north. At least 20 moving fast. Viola's hand went to her sword. Rogues? I don't know. But they're not trying to hide their approach. Everyone tensed, preparing for battle. Then a familiar voice called from beyond the gates. Stand down. It's Counselor Lorcan. My heart leaped. Lorcan. the master of war who'd expressed doubts about father's guilt. The gates opened, and Lorcan thundered through at the head of a contingent of heavily armed warriors. His scarred face was grim as he dismounted. "Captain Viola, Lady Azria." He nodded to us both. We received word of suspicious activity at Shadow Peak and mobilized immediately. "Where's the Alpha King?" "Under attack," Viola said tersely. "Lady Serenia has revealed herself as the leader of the conspiracy against the crown. She and her rogues have the king trapped in the ruins." Lorcan's expression turned murderous. "Serenia?" I knew that snake couldn't be trusted. He turned to his warriors. "You heard the captain. We ride for Shadowpeak. Anyone who stands between us and our king dies. No exceptions." "I'm coming too," I said again, more forcefully this time. "Lady Azria," Viola began. "I know the layout of the ruins. I know the hidden passages. I can guide you to exactly where they are." I met Lorcan's eyes. "You need me." The Master of War studied me for a long moment. Then he nodded. "She comes. But she stays in the center of the formation, protected at all times." "Understood." "Understood," Viola said reluctantly. "I want to come too." Finn pushed forward. "That's my sister. If she's going into danger." "You're staying here," I said firmly. "Someone needs to protect the evidence. If we all die, you take Father's journal and get it to someone who can expose Serenia. Elder Thessa. Evander. Someone we can trust." "Evander's name is in the journal," Finn pointed out. "He's involved too. Only peripherally." Father noted that Evander seemed uncomfortable with the conspiracy, that he might be coerced rather than willing. I gripped my brother's shoulders. "Please, Finn. I need to know you're safe. I can't worry about you and fight at the same time." Tears shimmered in his eyes, but he nodded. "Be careful. Always." I grabbed weapons from the armory, a sword I barely knew how to use and a bow I was slightly more competent with. The leather armor they gave me was too big, but it would have to do. Within 10 minutes, we were mounted and riding hard for Shadow Peak. The journey that had taken 3 hours on foot took barely 1 hour on horseback, riding at a pace that was almost reckless. As we approached the ruins, Lorcan raised his hand, signaling a halt. "Scouts," he commanded. "Report." 2 wolves dismounted and shifted, their wolf forms melting into the pre-dawn shadows as they crept toward the ruins. The rest of us waited in tense silence. After what felt like an eternity, the scouts returned and shifted back to human form. "The ruins are still occupied," one reported. "We counted at least 15 rogues in various positions. There's fighting in the Great Hall. Sounds like it's still ongoing." "Darius is alive," Viola said with relief. "For now," Lorcan said grimly. "But if we don't move fast, that could change. Here's the plan." We split into 3 groups. Group 1 creates a frontal assault, draws the rogues' attention. Group 2 circles around to the eastern entrance, cutting off escape routes. Group 3, the smallest and fastest, goes directly for the Great Hall through whatever hidden passages Lady Azria knows about. "I'm in Group 3, I said immediately. "Obviously." Lorcan's scarred face creased in what might have been a smile. "You're leading it, Viola. You and 4 of your best warriors go with her. Get to the king, extract him if possible. If not, hold position until we can fight through." "And Serenia?" Viola asked. "Is mine." Lorcan's voice was cold as winter steel. "That traitor has a lot to answer for." We split up, moving into position. My group consisted of Viola and 4 warriors I didn't know well, all veterans, all deadly serious. I led them to the same hidden entrance Darius and I had used to escape, praying it hadn't been discovered. It hadn't. The passage entrance was concealed behind fallen stones, exactly as we'd left it. "This leads directly to the sanctuary chamber," I whispered. "From there, we can access the Great Hall through another passage." "What about the blood wards?" one warrior asked. "If they're still active." "They only affect those with darkness in their hearts. As long as you're loyal to the Alpha King, you'll be fine." I hoped that was true. We entered the passage, moving as quickly as silence allowed. The darkness was oppressive, broken only by the faint glow of luminescent moss growing on the walls. Behind us, I heard the sounds of battle beginning, Lorcan's frontal assault starting right on schedule. We reached the sanctuary chamber. The symbols on the altar still glowed faintly, responding to my presence. The warriors with me looked around in awe, but Viola stayed focused. "The passage to the Great Hall?" she prompted. I pointed to a section of wall that looked solid but was actually a hidden door.
There.
"It opens from this side. You just have to know where to push." I pressed the correct stone, and the wall section swung inward, revealing a narrow corridor. The sounds of combat were louder now, steel clashing, wolves snarling, the meaty impact of fists and claws hitting flesh. We moved forward, weapons ready. The corridor opened into a side chamber adjacent to the Great Hall. Through the archway, I could see the battle. And my heart stopped. Darius fought like something out of legend, a whirlwind of blades and fury, holding off multiple opponents at once. His clothes were torn and bloody, his face marked with cuts, but his movements were still precise, still deadly. He was magnificent. And he was losing. Not because he lacked skill, but because he was outnumbered and exhausted. For every rogue he cut down, two more seemed to take its place. And standing at the far end of the hall, directing her forces with cold efficiency, was Serenia. She'd shifted back to human form, but power radiated from her like heat from a forge. In her hand, she held a blade that gleamed with unnatural light, some kind of enchanted weapon. "Alpha King," Viola shouted. "We're here." Darius's had snapped toward us, and relief flashed across his face. Then Serenia moved. She was impossibly fast, crossing the distance between her and Darius in a blur. Her enchanted blade drove toward his heart. Time seemed to slow. I watched in horror as Darius tried to block, but he was too slow, too tired. The blade was going to kill him. I didn't think so. Didn't plan. I just moved. My bow was in my hands, an arrow nocked, drawn, released in one fluid motion. The arrow flew true. It struck Serenia's blade just as it was about to pierce Darius's chest, knocking it off course. The enchanted weapon skittered across the stone floor. Serenia whirled toward me, her violet eyes blazing with fury. "You," she hissed. "You should have died in the forest." "Sorry to disappoint," I said, knocking another arrow. Viola and the warriors charged into the hall, engaging the rogues. Lorcan's forces were pushing in from the main entrance. The tide of battle was turning. But Serenia didn't seem concerned. If anything, she smiled. "You think you've won?" she asked, her voice carrying across the chaos. "You think exposing my conspiracy will stop what's coming?" "It's over, Serenia," Darius said, moving to stand beside me. Despite his exhaustion, his voice was firm. "Your rogues are being defeated. Your plot is revealed. Surrender now, and I might show mercy." "Mercy?" Serenia laughed, a cold, brittle sound. "You still don't understand, do you? This was never about overthrowing you, Darius. That was just the secondary goal." "Then what was the primary goal?" I demanded. Serenia's eyes locked onto me, and something in them made my blood run cold. "Awakening you," she said softly. "Everything, the conspiracy, your father's framed job, bringing you to court, even this battle. All of it was designed to force your silver moon blood to manifest. To push you to the breaking point so your true power would emerge." "What are you talking about?" "You felt it, didn't you? When you entered the sanctuary chamber. When the wards respond to your blood." Serenia stepped closer, and no one moved to stop her. We were all frozen by her words. "You're not just Silver Moon, Azria. You're the Silver Moon. The prophesied heir. The one who can reclaim our throne and restore our dynasty to power." "That's insane," I whispered. "Is it? Your mother was the last pure-blooded Silver Moon. Your father, despite what you were told, carried alpha bloodline stronger than anyone knew. The combination created something unique in you. Something that's been sleeping, waiting for the right catalyst to awaken it." She gestured to the glowing symbols in the sanctuary visible through the archway. Those wards responded to you more powerfully than they ever did to me. Your blood calls to this place. To our history. To our destiny. I don't want any destiny, I said. I just want justice for my father. Your father understood. Why do you think he investigated so carefully? Why did he leave such detailed evidence? Serena's smile was sad now, almost gentle. Marcus Thorne knew what you were. Knew that one day, you have to choose. Embrace your Silver Moon heritage and reclaim your rightful throne, or watch the Northern Territories tear itself apart in the chaos I've orchestrated. You're lying, Darius said. This is just another manipulation. Is it? Serena's eyes never left mine. Tell me, Azria. When you used the blood wards against my rogues, when you found the hidden passages, when you shot that arrow just now, did it feel natural? Easy? Like something you'd always known how to do? I wanted to deny it. Wanted to say she was wrong. But she wasn't. Everything since I'd entered Shadow Peak had felt right. Like I was remembering rather than learning. Like this place, these powers, this ancient magic, it was all mine. It has always been mine. The Northern Territories is at a crossroads, Serena continued. The Alpha King's rule has made us soft, vulnerable. But a silver moon on the throne, a true silver moon, with all the ancient powers, could make us strong again. Could unite the packs under a banner of heritage and history rather than conquest and force. By murdering innocents? I demanded. By framing my father and throwing the territories into chaos. By showing you what you could become, what you must become. Serena's voice became urgent. Join me, Azria. Together, we can restore the Silver Moon dynasty. We can create something better than what the Alpha Kings have built. We can.
No.
The word was firm, absolute. Serena's expression fell. No. No. I repeated. I don't care about thrones or dynasties or ancient prophecies. I care about justice, about honor, about protecting wolves who can't protect themselves. I moved to stand beside Darius. You killed my father. You betrayed the trust of everyone in the Northern Territories. You don't get to wrap your crimes in noble rhetoric and pretend it was all for some greater good. You're making a mistake. The only mistake I made was not seeing through you sooner. I raised my bow. It's over, Serena. Surrender or die. Choose. For a moment, Serena just stared at me. Then her expression hardened. So be it. She raised her hands, and power exploded from her, raw, ancient magic that sent everyone staggering backward. If I can't have you as an ally, she said, her voice echoing with unnatural resonance, then you'll die with the rest of them. And from the ashes, the silver moon will rise again, with or without you. The chamber began to shake. Stones fell from the ceiling. She's bringing down the ruins, Viola shouted. Everyone out.
Now.
Chaos erupted. Warriors and rogues alike scrambled for exits as the ancient fortress began to collapse. Darius grabbed my hand. Run.
We ran.
Through the sanctuary chamber, its glowing symbols now pulsing wildly. Through the hidden passages as walls cracked and crumbled around us. Behind us, I heard Serena's laughter echoing through the destruction. We emerged into daylight just as the central keep collapsed with a deafening roar. Warriors poured out from various exits, some carrying wounded comrades, others helping rogues who decided survival was more important than loyalty to a mad traitor. We stood in the forest, watching Shadow Peak ruins destroy itself, 2 centuries of history reduced to rubble in minutes. Did Serena? I couldn't finish the question. I don't know, Lorcan said grimly. Either she died in the collapse, or she escaped through passages only she knew about. We need to assume she survived, Darius said, and that she's even more dangerous now. He turned to me, his gold eyes intense. Are you all right? Am I all right? I almost laughed. I just found out I'm apparently some prophesied silver moon heir destined to reclaim an ancient throne. My father was killed as part of a plan to awaken my dormant powers. A traitor just tried to recruit me to overthrow you, and then brought down an entire fortress.
So no, Darius.
I'm not all right. Fair enough. Despite everything, the exhaustion, the terror, the revelation, I found myself smiling. Then Darius pulled me into his arms, and I stopped smiling. I stopped thinking. I just let myself be held, finally allowing the fear and adrenaline to drain away. You saved my life, Darius murmured into my hair. That arrow. You saved mine first. In the sanctuary. Then we're even. Are we? I pulled back to look at him. You executed my father. I'm supposed to hate you.
Do you?
Hate me? I wanted to say yes. Should have said yes. But looking into his eyes, seeing the exhaustion and concern and something deeper that I didn't want to name. I don't know what I feel, I admitted. Everything's so complicated. Yes, Darius agreed. It is. Around us, warriors were regrouping, tending wounds, counting losses. The battle was over. But the war against Serenia, against whoever else was involved in the conspiracy, against my own conflicted feelings, had just begun. We returned to the way station in a somber procession. 3 warriors had died in the battle. 7 more were seriously wounded. And we'd captured 12 rogues alive for interrogation. But Serenia remained at large, her final fate unknown. Finn met us at the gates, relief washing over his face when he saw me alive. Did you get the evidence? He asked. I nodded, too tired to speak. Then Father didn't die for nothing. His young face was grave, older than his years. We have what we need to clear his name. We have what we need to start, I corrected. But this isn't over. Serenia is still out there, still plotting. And there may be others involved that we don't know about yet. Then we'll find them, Darius said firmly. All of them. And we'll make sure they face justice. He addressed the assembled warriors. What happened today will be recorded in pack history. You fought bravely against traitors who would have destroyed everything we've built. You saved your Alpha King and exposed a conspiracy that reached the highest levels of court. His eyes found mine. And you protected Lady Azria Thorne, daughter of Marcus Thorne, who we now know is innocent of all charges. Framed by the same wolves we fought today. Murmurs of shock and sympathy rippled through the warriors. When we return to the palace, Darius continued, I will formally exonerate Marcus Thorne. His name will be cleared, his honor was restored, and his family will be given the recognition they deserve. He turned to me directly. Azria Thorne, I owe you an apology. I executed your father based on false evidence, manipulated by traitors I trusted. I cannot undo that wrong. But I can ensure that his sacrifice was not in vain. Your father died protecting the Northern Territories from a conspiracy that would have destroyed us all. He died a hero. Tears streamed down my face. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. We still have work to do. But his expression was gentle. Rest now. All of you. We leave for the palace at first light. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat by the fire in the main hall, staring at the flames, my mind replaying everything Serenia had said. You're not just Silver Moon. You're the Silver Moon. The prophesied heir. Was it true? Or just another manipulation? You're thinking too loud. I looked up to find Darius settling into the chair beside me. Can't help it, I said. Too much has happened. Tell me about it. He leaned back, closing his eyes. I trusted Serenia for 8 years. She was my advisor, my friend. She had access to every secret, every plan, every weakness. And the entire time, she was plotting to destroy me. That wasn't about you, I said quietly. It was about her dynasty, about Silver Moon pride. Maybe. Or maybe she just wanted power and used ancient prophecies as justification. He opened his eyes, looking at me. Do you believe what she said? About you being some destined ruler? I don't know. The blood wards responded to me. The sanctuary symbols glowed. Something about that place felt familiar. Like I'd been there before, even though I hadn't. Silver Moon magic, Darius said. It's tied to bloodline and place. Your mother probably brought you there as a baby. Let the wards attune to you. That would explain the sense of recognition. So, you don't think I'm some prophesied heir? I think you're Azria Thorne. Brave, stubborn, impossibly reckless, and currently one of the most important wolves in the Northern Territories. His eyes met mine. Not because of some prophecy. Because of who you've chosen to be. The words warmed something inside me that I'd thought frozen since Father's death. Thank you, I said quietly. For what? For believing in me. For helping me find the truth. I hesitated. For not being the monster I wanted you to be. Darius smiled, a real smile, tired but genuine. I'm sorry to disappoint. You didn't. Disappoint, I mean. I took a breath. Darius, about what happened in the ruins. When I shot that arrow to save you. When you held me after. I know. His voice was soft. I feel it too. Whatever this is between us. It's impossible. Most worthwhile things are. We sat in silence, the fire crackling between us, the weight of everything unspoken hanging in the air. Finally, Darius stood. Get some rest, Azria. Tomorrow we face the court. We expose the conspiracy. We clear your father's name. And we start rebuilding what Serenia tried to destroy. And us. I couldn't help asking, what do we do about us? He was quiet for a long moment. We figured out, he said finally. One impossible thing at a time. After he left, I sat by the fire alone, staring at the flames. In the embers, I thought I saw faces. Father, smiling proudly. Mother, her silver moon pendant gleaming. And somewhere in the darkness beyond the fire, I felt eyes watching. Serenia.
Still out there.
Still dangerous. But for tonight, we'd won. For tonight, the truth had prevailed. And tomorrow, we'll face whatever comes next. Together. Chapter 9. The Reckoning. The palace was in chaos when we returned. Word had spread ahead of us. Whispers carried by scouts. Rumors flying faster than any horse could ride. By the time our weary party crossed through the palace gates, the entire court had assembled in the main courtyard. I'd never seen so many wolves in one place, all of them silent, watching, waiting. Lord Cassius stood at the front of the crowd, his silver hair gleaming in the morning sun. His expression was carefully neutral, but I saw the tightness around his eyes. The way his hand rested near his sword. He knew. Somehow, he knew we'd found the evidence. Beside him stood Evander, looking genuinely confused and concerned. Further back, I spotted Elder Thessa, her ancient face grave. Darius dismounted first, moving with the confident stride of a king despite his exhaustion and injuries. He'd refused medical treatment beyond basic field dressing, insisting we return to the palace immediately. Now I understand why. This moment, this confrontation, couldn't wait. Members of the court, Darius's voice rang out across the courtyard. We returned from the eastern border with grave news. A conspiracy has been uncovered. A conspiracy that reaches the highest levels of our government. A conspiracy that has cost innocent lives and threatened the very foundation of the Northern Territories. Murmurs rippled through the assembled wolves. Cassius stepped forward. Alpha King, if you're referring to the rogue attacks, I assure you my trade networks have been working tirelessly too. I'm referring to treason. Darius cut him off. Your treason specifically, Lord Cassius. The courtyard exploded into noise, shocked gasps, angry shouts, questions shouted over one another. Cassius's face went pale, then red with fury. How dare you accuse me? I have served the crown faithfully for years while secretly funding rogue armies and plotting my overthrow. Darius gestured to me. Lady Azria has evidence. Documentation compiled by her father before he was framed and executed for the very crimes you committed. All eyes turned to me. My hands shook as I pulled father's journal from the satchel. But my voice was steady when I spoke. Marcus Thorne spent 3 months investigating irregularities in border trade. What he discovered was a systematic conspiracy to destabilize the Northern Territories. Lord Cassius used his position as master of trade to smuggle weapons and supplies to rogue forces. He manipulated financial records. He arranged secret meetings with enemy factions. And when my father got too close to the truth, Cassius framed him for treason. This is outrageous, Cassius snarled. The rantings of a grief-stricken daughter and a king who's lost control of his court. Where's your proof? I held up the journal. It's all here.
Dates.
Locations. Financial transactions. Names of co-conspirators. My eyes locked onto his. Including yours. Circled. Underlined. Documented with the meticulous detail my father was known for. A journal can be forged. And this? I pulled out the contract. A signed agreement between you and Lady Serenia Nightshade, detailing your plans to overthrow the Alpha King and install yourself as his replacement. The courtyard went completely silent. Serenia? Evander breathed. But where is she? Dead or fled? Darius said coldly. She revealed herself as the conspiracy's architect at Shadow Peak Ruins. She tried to kill Lady Azria and me. When she failed, she brought down the entire fortress rather than face capture. This is insane, Cassius said, but his voice lacked conviction now. You expect everyone to believe that Lady Serenia, who served this court faithfully for 8 years, was secretly a traitor? That I would risk everything I've built for some mad plot? Yes, I said simply. Because you didn't build anything, Cassius. You inherited your position through birth, not merit. You've spent years watching wolves you consider inferior, wolves like my father, gain influence through actual skill and dedication. It ate at you, made you bitter, made you willing to destroy everything rather than accept that you weren't as special as you thought. His mask finally cracked. Rage flashed across his face, pure, undiluted hatred. You little Omega bitch, he spat. You think you're so clever? Do you think this changes anything? Even if everything you say is true, even if I burn for it, the damage is done. The rogues we've armed, the chaos we've sown, the divisions we've created, all of it will tear the northern territories apart. With or without me. He's right. A voice called from the crowd. Beta Kale, the scarred guard who'd escorted Finn and me from the estate, pushed forward. The eastern border is already unstable. Pack alphas are questioning the king's authority. Wolves are choosing sides. Even if we arrest Cassius, even if we prove the conspiracy, the territories are already fracturing. Then we remind them why we unified in the first place. Lorcan stepped forward, his scarred face grim. Lord Cassius Ravenwood, by the authority vested in me as Master of War, I place you under arrest for high treason, conspiracy against the crown, and the murder of Marcus Thorne. Murder? Cassius laughed bitterly. I didn't kill Marcus. That honor belongs to your precious Alpha King. The accusation hung in the air like poison. Darius's expression didn't change, but I saw his jaw tighten. You framed an innocent wolf, Darius said quietly. You manufactured evidence, so convincing that I believed it. You manipulated me into becoming the weapon that killed Marcus Thorne. His blood is on both our hands, Cassius. But at least I'm willing to face that truth. He turned to address the court. I executed Marcus Thorne based on false evidence. I let my advisors, traitors as it turns out, convince me of his guilt. I failed in my duty to seek the truth before passing judgment. That failure cost an honorable wolf his life and nearly destroyed his family. Darius's eyes found mine across the courtyard. I cannot undo that wrong, but I can ensure it never happens again. From this day forward, all evidence in treason cases will be reviewed by multiple independent sources. All accused will have the right to present a defense. And all executions will require unanimous approval from the full council, not just the inner circle. Murmurs of approval rippled through the crowd. Furthermore, Darius continued, I hereby issue a full pardon and restoration of honor to Marcus Thorne. His name will be cleared. His estate and titles will be restored to his children. And a monument will be erected in his memory, honoring his sacrifice in exposing this conspiracy. My vision blurred with tears. Finn appeared at my side, gripping my hand tightly. Thank you, I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I was thanking Darius, the moon goddess, or father spirit. Take him away, Lorcan ordered, and guards moved to restrain Cassius. The former master of trade didn't fight. He simply stood there, his expression empty, as chains were fastened around his wrists. As they led him past me, he leaned close enough to whisper, "You think you've won. But Serenia always has contingencies. Always has plans within plans. This isn't over, little Thorne. Not by a long shot." Then he was gone, dragged toward the dungeons where he'd await trial and execution. The crowd began to disperse, wolves clustering in small groups to discuss what they'd just witnessed. Evander approached me, his handsome face troubled. "Lady Azria, I need to speak with you. Privately." I tensed, remembering his name in Father's journal. Darius moved closer protectively, but I shook my head. "It's all right. I'll hear what he has to say." We moved to a quiet corner of the courtyard. Viola followed at a discreet distance, close enough to intervene if needed, far enough to give us privacy. "I was involved," Evander said without preamble. "Not willingly, not knowingly, but involved." "I know," I said. "My father's notes indicated you were being coerced." Coerced and manipulated. Serenia discovered that I'd been falsifying legal documents years ago. Nothing major, just helping some lower-ranked wolves avoid unfair penalties. She threatened to expose me unless I helped her occasionally with legal interpretations that supported her goals. Like helping build the case against my father? Yes. His voice was thick with shame. I reviewed the evidence against Marcus. I knew it felt wrong. Too perfect, too convenient. But I convinced myself I was being paranoid. That I was seeing conspiracies where there were none. And all the while, Serenia was using my legal opinions to give legitimacy to her false evidence. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want to face consequences. I helped kill your father, even if I didn't know what I was doing. That deserves punishment." Evander met my eyes directly. "I'm turning myself in, confessing everything to the Alpha King. I just wanted you to know first, to tell you how deeply sorry I am." I studied his face, looking for deception. Found only genuine remorse. "My father didn't think you were a bad wolf," I said finally. "He thought you were a good wolf caught in a bad situation. He would have wanted you to have a chance at redemption. You're more forgiving than I deserve." "I'm not forgiving you. Not yet. Maybe not ever." I straightened my shoulders. "But I believe in second chances. If you're truly remorseful, if you're willing to help undo the damage Serenia caused, then prove it. Work with Darius to strengthen the legal protections for accused wolves. Make sure no one else is convicted on false evidence. Turn your guilt into something useful." Evander bowed deeply. "I will. I swear it." After he left, I stood alone in the courtyard, watching the sun climb higher in the sky. It was over. The conspiracy exposed. Father's name cleared. Justice, however imperfect, being served. So, why did I still feel like something was wrong? That afternoon, Darius called an emergency session of the full council. I attended as an official witness, seated at a place of honor that would have been unthinkable just days ago. Finn sat beside me, his young face serious and attentive. The atmosphere in the council chamber was tense. With both Serenia and Cassius removed, there were 2 empty seats at the table, gaping holes where traitors had once sat. "We've lost our master of trade and our mistress of intelligence," Darius said without preamble. "Those positions must be filled. But first, we must address the immediate crisis. The rogue armies that Cassius and Serenia created are still out there. The instability they sowed is still fracturing pack alliances. We need a plan to restore order." "Military action," Lorcan said immediately. "We hunt down rogue forces, eliminate them systematically. Show strength. Remind everyone why they fear the Alpha King's wrath." "That will only breed more resentment," Elder Thessa countered. "These rogues were wolves once, pack members who felt abandoned or betrayed by the system. If we slaughter them wholesale, we create martyrs. More wolves will join their cause." "Then what do you suggest?" Lorcan demanded. "We ask them nicely to stop attacking our borders?" I suggest we offer amnesty, Thessa said, to any rogue who surrenders and provides information about the conspiracy's remaining elements. We separate the true believers from the desperate wolves who are coerced or misled. We rehabilitate where possible and punish where necessary. That's dangerously naive, another counselor objected. These wolves have killed our people. They deserve death, not rehabilitation. Arguments erupted around the table. Voices rose, tempers flared, and I realized this was exactly what Serenia had wanted: division, chaos, the council turning on itself. Enough. Darius's voice cut through the noise. Not shouting, just absolute authority that demanded obedience. Silence fell. We will do both, Darius said. Military action against those who continue to fight. Amnesty for those who surrender. We show strength and mercy in equal measure. That's what separates us from the rogues. We have the capacity for both. He turned to me unexpectedly. Lady Azria, you've dealt with lower-ranked wolves. You understand what it's like to be invisible, dismissed, treated as less than worthy. What would make a wolf join a rogue army? I blinked, surprised to be asked for input in front of the entire council. Desperation, I said after a moment. Feeling like you have nothing to lose. When you're at the bottom of the hierarchy, when every day is a struggle just to survive, when no one sees you or cares what happens to you, that's when radical options start looking appealing. So we address the root causes, Darius said. We implement the reforms I've been proposing for years. Better treatment for lower-ranked wolves. Mandatory minimums for housing and food. Protection from abuse by dominant wolves. Education opportunities. Ways for wolves to rise through merit rather than birth. That will take years, Lorcan protested. And massive resources. Then we start now. Today. Darius's expression was steel. Serenia wanted to use our weakness against us. She thought compassion made us vulnerable. We're going to prove her wrong. We're going to show that strength combined with justice creates something unbreakable. Around the table, heads began to nod. Even Lorcan looked grudgingly impressed. There's one more matter, Elder Thessa said carefully. The question of Lady Serenia's claims about Lady Azria. My stomach dropped. She said Azria was a prophesied Silver Moon heir, Thessa continued, destined to reclaim the ancient throne. Is there any truth to that? All eyes turned to me. I don't know, I admitted. The blood wards at Shadow Peak responded to me. I felt something, a connection to that place, to the Silver Moon magic. But whether that makes me some prophesied ruler? I shook my head. I don't want a throne. I just want justice for my father and safety for wolves who can't protect themselves. Noble sentiments, another counselor said. But the prophecy, if it exists, doesn't care what you want. If Silver Moon loyalists believe you're their destined leader, they'll use you as a rallying point. With or without your consent. Then we make it clear that Lady Azria stands with the Alpha King, Darius said firmly. That she supports the current system and has no interest in overthrowing it. Is that true? Thessa asked me directly. Do you support the Alpha King? Even after everything that's happened? I looked at Darius. Thought about father's execution. About the grief and rage I'd carried for months. About how much I'd wanted to hate this wolf, to make him pay for taking my father from me. And I thought about the past week. About how Darius had trusted me with sensitive information. How he'd fought beside me at Shadow Peak. How he'd publicly acknowledged his mistake and worked to make it right. He wasn't perfect. Wasn't infallible. But he was trying. Genuinely trying to be better, to create something worth protecting. Yes, I said clearly. I support the Alpha King. He made a terrible mistake, but he's owning it. He's working to ensure it never happens again. That's what a real leader does. Admits fault and grows from it. Something flickered in Darius's eyes. Gratitude, maybe. Or relief. Then it settled, Thessa said. Lady Azria remains at court, serving as lady-in-waiting and advisor on matters concerning lower-ranked wolves. Her Silver Moon heritage is acknowledged but not emphasized. We move forward together. The council session continued for hours, hammering out details of the military response, the amnesty program, the new reforms. By the time it ended, I was exhausted. But for the first time since Father's death, I felt something like hope. That evening, I found myself in the palace gardens. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. Flowers bloomed in carefully tended beds. Mother would have loved this place. Thought I'd find you here. I turned to see Darius approaching, his formal court clothes replaced with simple training gear. He looked more relaxed than I'd seen him since this all began. Needed air, I said. Too many hours in closed rooms with wolves arguing about policy. Welcome to leadership. He settled onto a bench beside me. It's mostly boring meetings punctuated by occasional terror. Despite everything, I smiled. How encouraging. We sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the sunset. Your father would be proud of you, Darius said quietly. The way you spoke in council today. The way you've handled everything. He raised an extraordinary daughter. He raised a stubborn daughter who doesn't know when to quit. Same thing. I looked at him, really looked at him, studied the lines of exhaustion around his eyes, the healing cuts on his face, the way his shoulders carried the weight of an entire territory. Why did you trust me? I asked. From the beginning, you could have kept me locked up, kept me away from anything important. But you didn't. You brought me to court, gave me access to your schedule, let me investigate. Why? Darius was quiet for a long moment. Because you reminded me of why I became Alpha King in the first place, he said finally. When I took the throne 10 years ago, it was because I believed I could make things better. Could create a system where strength didn't just mean domination. Where wolves like your father, honorable, skilled, dedicated, could rise and thrive. He turned to face me. But somewhere along the way, I lost sight of that. Got caught up in politics and power games. Started making decisions based on expediency rather than justice. And then I met you. This fierce, determined Omega who refused to accept that her father was guilty. Who demanded the truth even when it would have been easier to accept the lie. His eyes held mine. You reminded me of who I wanted to be. Who I still could be if I tried. My breath caught. We were close now. Close enough that I could feel the heat radiating from his body and could count the gold flecks in his eyes. Darius. I know this is complicated, he said softly. I killed your father. That's not something we can just ignore or forgive. But I also can't ignore what I feel when I'm around you. This pull. This connection. The mate bond. I whispered. His eyes widened. You feel it too? I've been trying not to. Trying to convince myself it's just gratitude or relief or anything except what it actually is. I took a shaky breath. But yes, I feel it. This impossible, terrible, wonderful pull toward you. Azria. Whatever he was about to say was interrupted by Finn racing into the gardens, his face pale with panic. Azria. Darius. You need to come quickly. It's Elder Thessa. She's been attacked. We were on our feet instantly, running back toward the palace. My heart pounded with dread. The conspiracy wasn't over. Serena's contingencies were still in play. And we just lost another piece on the board. Chapter 10. The Enemy Within. Elder Thessa lay in the palace infirmary, her breathing shallow and labored. Blood soaked through bandages wrapped around her torso. Her ancient face was even paler than usual, her eyes closed, her lips moving in silent prayer or delirium. The palace healer, a stern woman named Mira, worked over her with swift efficiency, but even I could see it was bad. Very bad. What happened? Darius demanded, his voice tight with controlled fury. She was found in her chambers about 20 minutes ago, Captain Viola reported. Stabbed 3 times. The wounds are deep. If she'd been discovered even a few minutes later. Who found her? One of her personal attendants. The girl is being questioned now, but she seems genuinely shocked. Says she went to deliver evening tea and found Elder Thessa collapsed on the floor. Guards? I asked. Thessa was a council member. She should have had protection.
She did.
2 guards stationed outside her chambers. Viola's expression was grim.
Both dead.
Throats slit. Professional skills, fast, silent, efficient. Serena's work, Lorcan growled. He'd arrived moments after us, still buckling on his sword belt. This has her signature all over it. But Serena's dead, Finn protested. Or, at least missing. She couldn't have. She has followers, I said, the pieces clicking together. Wolves loyal to her cause. Wolves who would continue her work even in her absence. Darius moved to Thessa's bedside. Can she speak? Healer Mira shook her head. She's lost too much blood. I've given her everything I can to stabilize her. But the healer's voice trailed off meaningfully. How long? Darius asked quietly. Hours. Maybe less. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then Thessa's eyes fluttered open, clouded with pain, but still sharp with intelligence. Alpha King, she rasped. I'm here. Darius knelt beside the bed, taking her frail hand in his.
Don't speak.
Save your strength. No, time. Blood flecked her lips. Must warn you.
About what?
Summer solstice. Each word seemed to cost her. Serena's final move. Not random. The ceremony, at Shadow Peak, was never the real target. What do you mean? I moved closer, my heart racing. What's the real target? Thessa's eyes found mine.
You.
And the Alpha King. Together, at the solstice hunt. That's when she'll strike. When all the packs are gathered. When the territories are most vulnerable. The solstice hunt, Lorcan repeated. That's in 3 days. Every major alpha will be there. Their heirs. Their strongest warriors. If someone attacked during the hunt, it would be a massacre, Viola finished grimly. And with that much of our leadership dead or injured, the territories would collapse into chaos. Then we cancel the hunt, Darius said immediately. Move it to a more secure location or postpone it entirely.
No.
Thessa's grip on his hand tightened with surprising strength. That's what she wants. For you to show weakness. To let fear control you. She coughed, more blood staining her lips. You must hold the hunt. But be ready. She has wolves everywhere. Trusted wolves. Wolves you think are loyal.
Who?
Darius demanded. Give me names, Thessa. Who else is working with Serena? But the elder's eyes were already closing. Her breathing became even more labored. Thessa. I grabbed her other hand.
Please.
We need to know who to trust. Her eyes opened one final time, fixing on me with an intensity that made my breath catch. Trust your blood, she whispered. The silver moon knows its enemies. Listen to what your ancestors are trying to tell you. Then her hand went limp in mine. The steady rise and fall of her chest stopped. No, I breathed. No, no, no. Healer Mira checked for a pulse, then slowly shook her head.
She's gone.
I'm sorry. Darius stood abruptly, his face carved from stone. But I saw the pain in his eyes, the loss of yet another wolf he trusted, another advisor taken by this endless conspiracy. Everyone out, he said quietly. Except Lorcan, Viola, and Azria. The room cleared quickly. Even Finn left, though he squeezed my shoulder supportively on his way out. When we were alone with Thessa's body, Darius finally let his composure crack. 3 council members, he said, his voice rough. 3 wolves I trusted completely. Serena, Cassius, and now Thessa, murdered for trying to help us. She died protecting you, Lorcan said. Protecting all of us. That means something. It means Serena is still 10 steps ahead of us. Darius slammed his fist against the wall, leaving a crack in the stone. We exposed the conspiracy, arrested the conspirators, and she's still winning. Still killing our people. Still moving pieces on a board we can't even see. Then we changed the game, I said. They all turned to look at me. Thessa said to hold the solstice hunt anyway. I continued. Do not let fear control us.
She's right.
If we cancel or postpone, we look weak. Frightened. Serena wins even without lifting a blade. So, what do you suggest? Viola asked. We walk into an obvious trap? We turn the trap against her. I move to the window, looking out at the darkening palace grounds. Serena's planning to attack during the hunt when all the major alphas are gathered. She thinks she'll catch us unprepared, vulnerable. But what if we're ready? What if we use the hunt as bait to draw out her remaining followers? That's incredibly dangerous, Lorcan said. If something goes wrong, we could lose every major leader in the Northern Territories. If we do nothing, we lose them anyway. I turn back to face them. Serena won't stop. She'll keep attacking, keep destabilizing, keep killing until she either succeeds or we stop her. The Solstice Hunt is our chance to force her hand, to make her commit her remaining forces where we can face them directly. Darius studied me with those intense gold eyes. You're talking about using yourself as bait. Using both of us as bait. I'm talking about ending this. Once and for all. Silence stretched between us. Then Lorcan nodded slowly. It could work. We increased security around the hunt grounds. Position warriors disguised as regular pack members. Set up escape routes and defensive positions. When Serena's forces attack, we're ready to counter. What about the actual alphas and pack members attending? Viola asked. We can't tell them it's a trap without risking information leaking to Serena's spies. Then we don't tell them, Darius said. We proceed as normal. The hunt happens as scheduled. But our warriors will be in position, ready to respond the moment anything goes wrong. There's one more thing, I said carefully. Thessa's final words. She said to trust my blood, that the Silver Moon knows its enemies. I think she was telling me to use my heritage somehow, to tap into whatever powers or instincts the Silver Moon bloodline provides. Can you do that? Darius asked. I don't know. I've never tried. But at Shadow Peak, when the wards responded to me, when I found the hidden passages, it felt natural. Instinctive. Like I was remembering rather than learning. Then we'll need to prepare you, Lorcan said. The next 3 days, you'll train with me. Combat skills, tactical awareness, and we'll try to help you access whatever Silver Moon abilities you might have. I'll work with the archives, Viola added. See if there are any records of Silver Moon powers, how they manifested, what they could do. Knowledge is armor too. Darius nodded. And I'll coordinate with the other alphas. Make sure everyone understands the security protocols without revealing that we're expecting an attack. A plan was forming. Dangerous, risky, but the only real option we had. 3 days, Darius said. That's how long we have to prepare. To turn Serena's trap into ours. To end this conspiracy once and for all. He looked at each of us in turn. If anyone has doubts, speak now. Because once we commit to this course, there's no turning back. No one spoke. Then we begin immediately, Darius said. May the moon goddess guide us. The next 3 days passed in a blur of preparation. True to his word, Lorcan worked with me every morning in the training yards. Not the gentle instruction I'd received as a child, but brutal, practical combat training designed to keep me alive in real battle. You're too hesitant, he barked, circling me as I struggled with a practice sword. When you strike, commit. Half measures get you killed. I lunged, putting all my strength behind the blow. Lorcan blocked easily, then swept my legs out from under me. I hit the ground hard. The breath knocked from my lungs. Better, he said, offering a hand to pull me up. But I'm still thinking too much. In real combat, you don't have time to think. You react. Your body moves before your mind catches up. How am I supposed to not think? Training. Repetition. Until the movements become muscle memory. He tossed me the sword again. Again. And this time, imagine I'm the wolf who killed your father. Something inside me snapped. I attacked with a ferocity that surprised us both. My strikes were faster, harder, more aggressive. I wasn't thinking about form or technique. I was just fighting, pouring all my grief and rage into every swing. Lorcan actually had to work to defend. His eyes gleamed with approval. There it is, he said. There's the fighter hiding beneath the lady's manners. Hold on to that fury, Azria.
Channel it.
Use it. After training, I spent afternoons with Vaila in the archives. The records of Silver Moon abilities were frustratingly vague, more legend than documented fact. But certain patterns emerged. Enhanced intuition, particularly regarding threats and deception. Ability to sense other wolves' intentions through some kind of emotional resonance. Connection to ancient places and objects tied to the Silver Moon dynasty. And in rare cases, the ability to influence other wolves through sheer force of will, not mind control but something more subtle. Inspiring loyalty. Commanding respect. Making wolves want to follow. That last one is what made them such powerful leaders, Vaila explained, showing me a faded manuscript. They didn't rule through fear like the early Alpha Kings. They ruled through something deeper, a bond that made wolves genuinely want to serve them. Could I do that? I asked. Maybe, if you can figure out how to access it. Vaila studied me thoughtfully. The texts say Silver Moon powers are tied to emotional states. When you're calm and centered, you can sense things. When you're passionate or afraid, you can influence things. The key is learning to control the emotional trigger rather than being controlled by it. Evenings, I spent reviewing battle plans with Darius and his senior commanders. The solstice hunt would take place in the northern glades, a vast forest about half a day's ride from the palace. Traditionally, the Alpha King led the hunt, with other alphas and their best warriors participating. It was meant to be a celebration, a demonstration of pack unity and strength. Serena planned to turn it into a bloodbath. We've identified 3 likely attack vectors, Darius explained, pointing to a map. The main hunting grounds, where most participants will be concentrated. The camp where non-hunters will wait. And the ceremonial clearing where we gather at sunset to honor the moon goddess. My bet is the clearing, Lorcan said. Maximum symbolic impact. All the leaders gathered in one place, their guards occupied with the hunt. It's when we'll be most vulnerable. So we position extra forces around the clearing, I suggested. Disguised as regular pack members or hidden in the forest. Already done, Vaila confirmed. I've personally vetted every wolf assigned to security. No one with even a hint of connection to Serenia or Cassius gets near the hunt. What about wolves we don't know are compromised? I asked. Thessa warned that Serenia had trusted wolves working for her. Wolves we think are loyal. A heavy silence fell. We can't suspect everyone, Darius said finally. That way lies paranoia and the complete breakdown of trust. We do our best to verify loyalty, and then we have faith in our people. And if that faith is misplaced, then we deal with betrayal when it comes. But we don't let fear of betrayal prevent us from working together. That's exactly what Serenia wants, for us to turn on each other, to see enemies in every shadow. He was right. I knew he was right. But I couldn't shake Thessa's dying words. She has wolves everywhere. Trusted wolves. On the final night before the hunt, I couldn't sleep. I stood on my balcony, watching the moon rise full and bright over the palace. Tomorrow, one way or another, this will end. Either we defeat Serenia's remaining forces and secure the northern territories, or we'd all die trying. Can't sleep either? I turned to find Darius standing in the doorway connecting our chambers. Sometime in the past few days, he'd moved me to the royal wing, officially for protection, but we both knew the real reason. The mate bond was growing stronger. Harder to ignore. Too much to think about, I admitted. He moved to stand beside me at the railing, close enough that our shoulders almost touched. Your father once told me something, Darius said quietly. It was during a particularly difficult time, border skirmishes with a neighboring territory, internal disputes about resource allocation, wolves questioning my leadership. I was overwhelmed, doubting every decision. What did he say? He said that leadership isn't about being perfect or making the right choice every time. It's about being willing to try, to fail, and to keep trying anyway. About caring enough to carry the weight even when it crushes you. Darius's eyes met mine. Marcus Thorne was one of the wisest wolves I ever knew. I should have listened to him more. Should have trusted his judgment over Serenia's manipulation. Maybe if I had. You'd still be you, I said softly. Making impossible decisions with imperfect information. Being the kind of leader who actually cares when he makes mistakes. Does that make it better? Do I care? It makes you worthy of a second chance. We stood in silence, the weight of everything unsaid hanging between us. Azria, Darius said finally. About the mate bond. About what's happening between us. I know. It's impossible. Inappropriate. My father would be horrified. Would he? Darius turned to face me fully. Or would he see what I see? Two wolves who've been through hell together, who've fought beside each other, who understand what the other has lost and carried. What are you saying? I'm saying that after tomorrow, if we survive, I'm not going to pretend anymore. Not going to deny what I feel or pretend the bond doesn't exist. His hand came up to cup my cheek. I'm saying that I'm falling for you, Azria Thorne. Have been since the moment you knelt before me at your father's execution and demanded justice with tears streaming down your face. My breath caught. Darius. I know it's too soon. I know I have no right to feel this way after what I did. But I can't help it. His thumb brushed across my cheekbone. You're brave and fierce and impossibly stubborn. You challenge me. You make me want to be better. And the thought of losing you tomorrow terrifies me more than any battle. I'm terrified too, I whispered. Not just of dying, but of this. Of feeling things I shouldn't feel for you. Of betraying my father's memory by caring about his killer. Then don't decide tonight. Don't decide anything until this is over. Just. He leaned closer. Just let me kiss you once. So, if tomorrow goes wrong, I'll have this memory. This one perfect moment. I should have said no. Should have pushed him away. Instead, I closed the distance between us. The kiss was soft at first. Tentative. Testing. Then the mate bond flared to life, and suddenly we were pressed together, his hands in my hair, my fingers gripping his shirt, kissing with the desperation of wolves who might not see another sunrise. When we finally broke apart, both breathless, Darius rested his forehead against mine. Whatever happens tomorrow, he said. Whatever comes, know that you're the best thing to come out of this nightmare. You and your impossible courage. We're going to survive, I said fiercely. Both of us. We're going to expose Serenia's remaining conspirators, save the territories, and figure out this ridiculous mate bond situation. Understood. He smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine. Yes, my lady. Good. Now go get some sleep. We have a trap for spring tomorrow. After he left, I stood on the balcony alone, my fingers touching my lips where he'd kissed me. The moon hung full overhead, bearing witness to my confused heart. I'd sworn to hate Darius Volcrest. Sworn to avenge my father and clear his name. I'd never sworn not to fall in love with him. Tomorrow, we'll face Serenia's final attack. Tomorrow, we'd risk everything to save the Northern Territories. But tonight, I allowed myself this one moment of peace. This one moment of hope. And I prayed to the moon goddess that it wouldn't be the last. Chapter 11: The Hunt. The northern glades were breathtaking in the early morning light. Ancient trees stretched toward the sky, their branches forming a canopy so thick that only filtered sunlight reached the forest floor. Moss carpeted the ground in shades of emerald and jade. Streams cut through the landscape, their water crystal clear and cold as ice. Under different circumstances, this would have been beautiful. Today, it felt like walking into a tomb. Our party had arrived at dawn, nearly 200 wolves representing every major pack in the Northern Territories. Alphas in their finest hunting gear. Warriors eager to prove themselves. Younger wolves hoping to earn honor through the hunt. They laughed and joked, exchanging stories and forming temporary alliances. The air buzzed with excitement and anticipation. They had no idea they were walking into a trap. I stood near the edge of the encampment, watching wolves prepare. Finn was somewhere nearby, relegated to the non-combatant area despite his protests. Darius moved through the crowd, greeting alphas with the practiced ease of a born leader. He caught my eye across the clearing and gave a slight nod. Ready? I nodded back. As ready as I'd ever be. You look like you're about to face an execution, not participate in a hunt. I turned to find Maria beside me, dressed in practical hunting clothes that somehow still managed to look elegant. Just nervous, I said. First major hunt. I don't want to embarrass myself.
Please.
After everything you've done in the past week? Surviving Shadow Peak, exposing a conspiracy, standing up to the entire council. Mireia bumped my shoulder with hers. A little hunt should be nothing. If only she knew. Lorcan approached, his scarred face grim. Lady Azria. The Alpha King requests your presence at the hunters' briefing. I followed him to where Darius stood with a group of senior hunters. They were reviewing the planned routes, discussing strategy and game patterns. The traditional solstice hunt targets the great stag, one alpha was saying. Last seen near the eastern ridges. A magnificent beast, 12 points, white as fresh snow. Taking it down would be a true honor. Then that's where we focus, Darius said. Standard formation. Experienced hunters take points. Newer participants follow and observe. We move as one pack, united in purpose. His eyes found mine as he said it, and I understood the double meaning. United on purpose. United against whatever's coming. One more thing, Darius continued. I'm assigning Lady Azria Thorne as my hunting partner for this hunt. Murmurs rippled through the group. Having an Omega, even one who'd recently proven herself as the Alpha King's hunting partner, was unprecedented. With respect, Alpha King, one Alpha said carefully. Wouldn't a more experienced hunter be more appropriate? Lady Azria has proven herself in ways that matter more than hunting experience, Darius said firmly. She stands with me today. Anyone who has a problem with that can take it up with me personally. No one did. The briefing continued. Routes were finalized. Safety protocols reviewed. Signals established for communication across the forest. And beneath it all, the unspoken preparation. The warriors positioned themselves strategically throughout the hunting parties. The escape routes memorized. The weapons that were slightly more lethal than typical hunting gear would require. We were as ready as we could be. Now we just had to survive. The hunt began at mid-morning. Nearly 100 wolves fanned out into the northern glades, moving in coordinated groups. The forest came alive with the sounds of hunters, soft footfalls, whispered communication, the occasional howl signaling prey spotted. Darius and I moved together, slightly apart from the main group. Officially, we were scouting the northern perimeter. Actually, we were bait. If Serena was going to strike, it would be at Darius. And I was the perfect target to draw her out, the silver moon heir she'd tried so hard to recruit or eliminate. See anything? Darius asked quietly. I closed my eyes, trying to tap into whatever silver moon senses I supposedly possessed. Thessa had said to trust my blood, to listen to what my ancestors were telling me. At first, nothing. Just the normal sounds of the forest.
Then,
a prickling sensation along my spine. A wrongness in the air that made my wolf stir uneasily. Something's watching us, I whispered. I can feel it. Darius's hand moved to his sword. Where? I don't know. Everywhere? It's like... I struggled to articulate the sensation. Like the forest itself is holding its breath, waiting. Good. That means your instincts are working. Keep monitoring. Tell me the moment something changes. We moved deeper into the forest, following a game trail that wound between massive trees. Around us, other hunting parties moved through their assigned areas, unaware of the danger coiling in the shadows. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, filtering through the canopy in shafts of golden light. Still nothing. Maybe we were wrong. Maybe Serena had changed her plans, or maybe Thessa's warning had been based on outdated information. Then I felt it, a shift in the wrongness I'd been monitoring. Like a predator deciding to strike. Darius. An arrow whistled past my ear, embedding itself in the tree behind us. Down. Darius tackled me to the ground as more arrows followed, forming a deadly rain. We rolled behind a fallen log, using it as cover. Around us, the forest erupted with shouts and snarls. The attack had begun. Signal the others. Darius commanded, pulling a horn from his belt and blowing 3 sharp blasts, the emergency signal. Answering horns echoed through the forest. Our hidden warriors converging, the trap weed set springing into action. But Serenia's forces were ready too. Rogues poured from the underbrush, at least 30 that I could see, with the moon goddess knowing how many more scattered throughout the forest. They wore dark clothing and moved with trained precision. These weren't desperate outcasts. These were soldiers. "Stay behind me," Darius ordered, drawing both swords. Not a chance. I nocked an arrow, sighting on a rogue charging toward us. We're partners, remember? That means fighting together. My arrow took the rogue in the shoulder, spinning him around. Not a kill shot, but enough to stop his advance. Darius gave me an approving nod, then engaged 2 rogues who'd gotten too close. The fight was chaotic. All around us, wolves clashed, our warriors engaging Serenia's forces in brutal close combat. Blood sprayed across moss and stone. The air filled with snarls and screams, and the wet sounds of violence. I'd trained for this. Practiced for days. But nothing prepared me for reality. A rogue came at me from the side. I spun, firing on instinct, the arrow catching him in the throat. He went down gurgling, eyes wide with shock. I'd just killed someone. No time to process. No time to feel. Another attacker. Another arrow. Another life ended. Azria left. Darius's warning came just in time. I ducked as a blade whistled where my head had been. Rolled. I came up with my bow drawn, but the attacker was already on me, knocking the weapon aside. We grappled. He was stronger, more experienced, but I was desperate and fighting for my life. I felt something surge inside me. That silver moon power Viola had talked about. An instinctive understanding of his next move, his intentions, his fear. I used it, twisted at exactly the right moment. Drove my knee into his solar plexus. As he staggered, I grabbed the dagger from my belt, and the blade found his heart. He looked surprised. Then he fell. Good. Lorcan appeared beside me, engaging 3 rogues at once. Stay focused. Don't hesitate. But I was already moving, already fighting, that strange silver moon sense guiding my movements. I could feel the battle like a living thing, the ebb and flow, the points of danger and safety. It was overwhelming and clarifying all at once. They're trying to separate us. I shouted to Darius. Drive us toward the eastern ridge. How do you know? I just do. Trust me.
He did.
We fought our way back toward the main hunting party, refusing to be isolated. Around us, the tide of battle slowly turned. Our warriors were better trained, better equipped. The rogues fought with desperation but lacked coordination. Within 20 minutes, it was over. Rogues fled or surrendered. Our warriors secured prisoners and tended to the wounded. We'd won, but something felt wrong. This was too easy. I said, that prickling sensation returning. Where's Serenia? She wouldn't plan an attack this straightforward. Agreed. Darius scanned the forest, his expression troubled. This feels like a distraction. Viola finished, running up to us. Alpha King, we have a problem. The non-combatant camp just sent a distress signal. They're under attack. My blood turned to ice. Finn, I breathed. He's at that camp. It's 3 miles east, Lorcan said. If we run, we won't make it in time, Darius interrupted. He turned to me, his expression torn. I need to coordinate our response here. Organize the warriors. Then I'll go. I was already moving. I'm not letting my brother die. Azria, wait. But I was running, that silver moon sense guiding me through the forest faster than I'd ever moved before. Behind me, I heard Darius cursing, then ordering warriors to follow me. But I couldn't wait. Couldn't slow down.
Finn needed me.
The non-combatant camp had been set up in a protected clearing, tents for resting, supplies, and healers ready to tend any hunting injuries. It should have been safe. Instead, it was a massacre. I burst into the clearing to find chaos. Rogues attacking from multiple directions. Wolves, mostly younger ones, elderly, or those not suited for combat, trying desperately to defend themselves. And in the center of it all, fighting with the fury of someone twice his size, was Finn. My 14-year-old brother had somehow acquired a sword and was holding off two rogues, his face set in grim determination. "Finn!" I screamed. His head snapped toward me, relief and terror warring on his face. "Azria! Behind you!" I spun, barely avoiding a blade that would have taken my head off. The attacker was female, lithe and deadly, her movements precise and professional. And when she pulled back her hood, I saw her face. Not Serena, but someone I recognized from court. A minor noble who'd always been quiet, unassuming, barely noticeable. "Lady Arwen?" I gasped. Surprised? She smiled coldly. That was always Serena's greatest talent, hiding her true supporters in plain sight. Wolves you'd never suspect. Wolves who could move through court without drawing attention. She attacked again, and I barely managed to block with my bow. The wood cracked under the impact. "You're skilled for an Omega," Arwen observed, circling me. "But you're exhausted from the first battle. And I'm fresh. This won't take long." She was right. I was tired, my arms aching, my reflexes slowing. But I had something she didn't. Desperation. And that strange silver moon sense that let me anticipate her movements. When she lunged, I was ready. Dodged left, grabbed her extended arm, and used her own momentum to throw her off balance. My broken bow became a club, slamming into her temple. She went down hard. But there were more rogues. So many more. And I was alone. No, not alone. Finn reached me, breathing hard but determined. Together? Together, I agreed. We fought back to back, brother and sister, protecting each other the way we'd always promised we would. Around us, other wolves joined the defense. What had been chaos began to organize into actual resistance. Then warriors arrived, Lorcan at their head, roaring orders, his sword singing through the air as he cut through rogues with brutal efficiency. The tide turned again. Within minutes, the rogues were either dead, fleeing, or surrendering. I stood in the center of the clearing, covered in blood, some mine, most not, and tried to catch my breath. "You're hurt," Finn said, pointing to my arm. I looked down to find a deep gash I hadn't even felt. Adrenaline had masked the pain, but now it came flooding back. "I'm fine," I lied. "You?" "Some bruises. Nothing serious." His eyes were too old for his age as he looked around at the carnage. This was her plan, wasn't it? Attack the hunters to draw away protection, then strike at the vulnerable ones left behind.
Yes.
And we walked right into it. But we survived. Finn gripped my hand. We both survived. Lorcan approached, his face grim. "We've secured the area. Captured 12 rogues alive. But Lady Azria, you need to see this." He led me to where several bodies lay arranged in a specific pattern. Not random deaths. Ritual placement. And carved into the ground beneath them, a symbol I recognized from Father's journal. The mark of the Silent Alpha. Serena's personal signature. She was here. I breathed. Not at the hunter's attack. Here, watching us. Leaving a message. "What message?" Finn asked. I studied the symbol, that silver moon sense translating its meaning. That this isn't over. That we may have won today's battle, but the war continues. I looked at Lorcan. She's telling us she's still out there.
Still planning.
Still coming for us. "Then we'll be ready," Lorcan said firmly. "We've exposed her forces, captured her operatives. Every day she stays in hiding is a day we get stronger. Or a day she gets more desperate." Darius arrived with the main force, his eyes scanning the clearing until they found me. Relief washed over his face, so profound it made my chest ache. He crossed to me in long strides and pulled me into his arms, not caring who saw, not caring about protocol or propriety. "When you ran off," he said roughly, "when I couldn't follow immediately, I had to protect Finn. I know, and I would have done the same thing." He pulled back to look at me, his hands framing my face. "But Moon Goddess, Azria, You terrified me. The feeling's mutual, I admitted. Around us, wolves were tending wounds, securing prisoners, beginning the grim task of counting casualties. 17 dead, 32 wounded, 48 rogues captured or killed. The toll was heavy, but we'd survived. The territories had survived.
For now.
The ceremonial sunset gathering that was supposed to close the solstice hunt happened under heavy guard. We stood in a sacred clearing as the sun painted the sky in shades of blood and gold. Every wolf present was armed. Every shadow watched. Darius spoke the traditional words, honoring the moon goddess and the bonds that held the packs together. But his message was clear to everyone listening. Today we faced those who would tear us apart, who would use our traditions against us, turn our celebrations into massacres. They failed. Not because we're stronger or more vicious, but because we stand together. Because we refuse to let fear divide us. His eyes found mine across the clearing. Marcus Thorne once told me that the measure of a pack isn't how it handles success, but how it responds to betrayal and loss. Today, we proved we can face the worst and emerge stronger. Today, we honored his memory not with words, but with action. Howls rose from the assembled wolves, a chorus of defiance and unity that echoed through the forest. I closed my eyes and imagined Father hearing it. Imagined him proud of what we'd accomplished, what we'd become. We did it, Father, I thought. We exposed the conspiracy. We protected the territories. We survived. But even as I thought it, I felt that familiar prickling sensation. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the clearing, someone was watching. Serenia. She'd lost today. Lost warriors, lost secrecy, lost the element of surprise. But she wasn't finished. And neither were we. The war for the Northern Territories wasn't over. It was just entering a new phase. One where the lines between enemy and ally would become even more blurred. One where trust would be tested to its breaking point. One where the Silver Moon heir and the Alpha King would have to decide what they were willing to sacrifice to protect what they loved. As the moon rose full and bright over the northern glades, I made a silent vow. This ends with Serenia's defeat. One way or another. No matter what it costs. Beside me, Darius's hand found mine. And in that simple touch, I felt his own vow echoing mine. Together. We faced this together. The hunt was over. But the real battle was just beginning. Chapter 12. Bonds forged in fire. The palace felt different when we returned. Darker somehow, despite the increased guard presence and enhanced security. Every shadow seemed to hide potential threats. Every unfamiliar face became suspect. Serenia's message at the solstice hunt had accomplished exactly what she'd intended. It had planted seeds of paranoia that no amount of reassurance could fully uproot. I stood in the council chamber 3 days after the hunt, watching as Darius interrogated yet another captured rogue. The man was bloodied and defiant, his eyes burning with zealot's fire. "Where is she?" Darius demanded. "Where is Serenia hiding?" The rogue spat blood on the floor. "The silent alpha is everywhere and nowhere. She sees all. I know it all. And when the time is right, she'll reclaim what was stolen from the Silver Moons." "The Silver Moons are dead," Lorcan growled. "Their dynasty ended 200 years ago." Did it? The rogue's eyes found me. Or did it simply sleep, waiting for the true heir to awaken? A chill ran down my spine. "You still think I'll join her?" I said quietly. "Even after everything. Even after I fought against her forces." "You're confused. Misled by the usurper king and his lies." The rogue leaned forward despite his chains. "But Lady Serenia is patient. She knows you'll see the truth eventually. That the Northern Territories can only be saved by returning to the old ways. By putting a Silver Moon back on the throne. The only throne Serenia's heading for is a scaffold," Darius said coldly. "Take him back to the dungeons. Maybe a few more days of contemplation will loosen his tongue." Guards dragged the rogue away, his laughter echoing down the corridors. When we were alone, Darius slumped against the table, exhaustion written across every line of his face. "That's the 12th prisoner we've interrogated," he said. 12 wolves who'd rather die than betray Serenia's location. She's inspired a loyalty I can't even comprehend. It's not loyalty, I said. It's fanaticism. She's convinced them they're fighting for a righteous cause, restoring the Silver Moon dynasty, returning to tradition, saving the territories from corruption. And they see me as the corruption. Darius's smile was bitter. The tyrant king who stole power from its rightful heirs. You know that's not true. Do I? He looked at me directly. My ancestor, Balthazar, did exactly what they claim. He overthrew the Silver Moons through violence and conquest. Yes, he unified the territories afterward. Yes, he created stability from chaos. But he still built his throne on the graves of the previous dynasty. That was 200 years ago. You can't be held responsible for. Can't I? I wear the crown he forged. I rule the territories he conquered. And now those old wounds are being reopened, and I don't know how to heal them. I moved to stand beside him, close enough that our shoulders touched. You heal them by being better than he was, I said. By proving that strength and compassion can coexist. By building something worth protecting, worth believing in. Do you believe in it?
Yes.
Like I believe in it. Like I believe in you. The words hung between us, heavy with meaning. Darius turned to face me fully. Azria, about what happened at the hunt. When I kissed you. A sharp knock interrupted whatever he was about to say. Viola entered, her expression troubled. Alpha King, Lady Azria. We have a situation. What kind of situation? Darius asked, instantly alert. A messenger just arrived from Frostbite Pack. Alpha Doris's territory. Viola's jaw tightened. She's requesting asylum. My blood ran cold. Doris? The Alpha who publicly questioned my legitimacy? Who challenged Darius in front of the entire council? The same. Apparently, she claims to have information about Serenia's plans. Information she'll only share in exchange for protection. Darius and I exchanged glances. It's a trap, I said immediately. Probably, Darius agreed. But what if it's not? What if Doris genuinely knows something that could help us find Serenia? Then why now? Why wait until after the solstice hunt to come forward? Maybe the hunt scared her, Viola suggested. Made her realize Serenia's fanaticism is dangerous even to her allies. Or maybe she's trying to save her own skin before we uncover her involvement. Either way, we can't ignore this, Darius said. He turned to Viola. Bring her in. Maximum security. Search for her thoroughly. And make sure she understands that any treachery will be met with immediate execution. Understood. Viola hesitated. Alpha King, if I may offer a suggestion? Go ahead. Let Lady Azria sit in on the interrogation. If Doris is lying, Lady Azria's Silver Moon senses might detect it. That instinct she demonstrated at the hunt, the ability to sense intentions and danger, could be invaluable. I didn't want to. Every instinct screamed that this was dangerous, that Doris couldn't be trusted. But Viola was right. My newfound abilities might give us an edge. I'll do it, I said. Darius nodded slowly. Then we met with Doris together. But Azria, if at any point you sense danger, if that Silver Moon instinct tells you something's wrong, you get out immediately. Understood. Understood. Alpha Doris arrived under heavy guard an hour later. She looked different than I remembered from that first council dinner. Thinner, with dark circles under her ice-blue eyes. Her platinum blonde hair was disheveled, her clothes travel-worn. She looked like a wolf on the run. They brought her to a secure meeting room. Stone walls, no windows, guards stationed at every exit. Darius and I sat on one side of a heavy wooden table. Doris was placed across from us, still shackled despite her claims of cooperation. Alpha King, she said, her voice hoarse. Thank you for seeing me. Don't thank me yet, Darius said coldly. You questioned my authority, challenged my mate, and generally made your disdain for my rule clear. Give me one reason why I shouldn't assume this is some plot by Serenia to infiltrate my palace. Because Serenia tried to have me killed 2 days ago. Silence. Doris pulled up her sleeve, revealing bandages wrapped around her forearm. When she unwrapped them, I saw a vicious wound, deep and still healing. "Silver blade," she said. "Poisoned with wolfsbane. Serenia sent 3 of her best assassins to my territory with orders to eliminate me and make it look like a rogue attack." "Why would she kill one of her allies?" I asked. Doris's eyes met mine. "Because I refused to participate in the Solstice Hunt attack. When Serenia revealed her plan, to massacre the gathered alphas and install herself as the new ruler, I told her it was madness. That it would turn every pack against her cause." "So you do support her cause," Darius noted. "Just not her methods." I supported the idea of returning power to traditional pack structures, of limiting the Alpha King's authority so that individual alphas had more autonomy. Doris's jaw tightened. But Serenia's vision went far beyond that. She wants to destroy everything. The Council, the unified territories, even wolves who don't fit her narrow definition of pure bloodline. It's not reform she's after. It's genocide. I felt that Silver Moon was stirring, reading Doris's emotional state.
Fear.
Genuine fear. Regret. And underneath it all, desperate hope that we'd believe her. "She's telling the truth," I said quietly. "Or at least, she believes she is." Darius studied me for a moment, then turned back to Doris. "What information do you have?" "Serenia's hiding in the Shadowlands," Doris said. "The abandoned territory between the northern and eastern regions. She's been building a fortress there for the past year, supplies stockpiled, warriors trained, defenses prepared. The Shadowlands are cursed," Viola interjected from her position near the door. "No one's lived there for 50 years. The land itself is poisoned." "Not poisoned. Warded." Doris looked at me again. "With Silver Moon magic. Ancient protections that were placed there during the dynasty's fall. Only those with Silver Moon blood can pass through the wards without suffering." My heart sank. "So Serenia can move freely, but your forces can't follow." "Exactly. She's created the perfect stronghold. Impenetrable to anyone except me," I finished.
Yes.
"You're the only wolf with strong enough Silver Moon heritage to breach the wards without dying." "This is a trap," Darius said flatly. "You're trying to lure Azria into a situation where Serenia can capture or kill her. I'm trying to give you the only viable way to end this war." Doris leaned forward, her chains rattling. "Serenia's next move will be worse than the Solstice Hunt. She's planning something catastrophic, something that will destabilize the entire northern territories. But if you can reach her fortress, if you can confront her before she's ready, then I walk into the heart of enemy territory with no backup and no way for Darius's forces to follow," I said. "Forgive me if that doesn't sound appealing." "I can guide you through the wards," Doris said desperately. "I've been to the fortress. I know the safe paths. And there are ways to temporarily suppress the wards, rituals that would allow a small force to enter." "How small?" Darius asked. 10 wolves, maybe 15. Any more, and the wards would overwhelm the suppression." "Still a trap," I said. "Maybe. But it's also our only chance." Doris's eyes were intense. "Serenia's fortress is impregnable from the outside. But from the inside, with someone who knows its layout, we could end this. Stop her before she launches whatever apocalyptic plan she's building toward." Darius stood, pacing to the window. "Give us a moment." Guards escorted Doris from the room, leaving Darius and me alone. "You can't be considering this," I said immediately. "I'm considering every option. This is exactly what Serenia would want, for me to walk into her stronghold with minimal protection. Or it's exactly what we need, a way to reach her before she's ready to strike again." Darius turned to face me. "Azria, Doris is right about one thing. Whatever Serenia's planning next, it will be worse than what we've seen. We can't just sit here and wait for her to attack. We need to take the fight to her. With me as bait. With you as our secret weapon. Your Silver Moon heritage isn't just a target, it's an advantage. If you can access those ancient wards, if you can navigate that fortress." If, I interrupted. "And if it's a trap? If we walk in and Serenia's waiting with an army? Then we fight, like we always do." He crossed to me, taking my hands. I won't force you. If you want to refuse, if you think it's too dangerous, I'll respect that. But Azria, we're running out of options. And I'd rather face Serenia on the ground of our choosing, with some element of surprise, than wait for her next attack on innocent wolves. I closed my eyes, trying to think clearly despite the warmth of his hands on mine. He was right. Serenia wouldn't stop. Every day we waited was another day she prepared, another day her fanaticism spread, another day innocent wolves lived in fear. But this plan was insane, reckless, probably suicidal. If we do this, I said slowly, I will choose the team. Only wolves I trust absolutely. And Finn stays here, safe, no matter what. Agreed. And you listen to my silver moon instincts. If something feels wrong, we abort immediately. Agreed. And when this is over, when we've defeated Serenia and saved the territories, I open my eyes, meeting his gaze. You and I are going to have a very long conversation about this mate bond situation. His lips quivered with a smile. Looking forward to it. Then we do it. We go after Serenia in her fortress. We will end this war. Darius pulled me close, pressing his forehead against mine. Together? Together, I agreed. Though I couldn't shake the feeling that this decision would cost us more than either of us anticipated. Planning the mission took 2 days. I selected the team carefully. Lorcan for his military expertise. Vaila for her tactical skills. 4 elite warriors who'd proven themselves at the solstice hunt. Mireia, surprisingly, who volunteered and whose knowledge of old magic traditions might prove useful. And Evander, who'd been working tirelessly to make amends for his unwitting role in Father's conviction. 10 wolves total. Small enough to move quickly, large enough to have a fighting chance. Doris would guide us to the Shadowlands and help us navigate the initial wards. After that, we'd be on our own. The night before we left, I found Finn on the training grounds, working through sword forms with single-minded intensity. You're getting better, I observed. He spun, lowering his blade. Not good enough. Not compared to you, or the warriors who are going with you. Good. Because you're not coming. Azria. No arguments, Finn. You're staying here where it's safe. Someone needs to protect the evidence we've gathered. Someone needs to make sure that if we fail, the truth about Father still gets out. And someone needs to wait here wondering if their sister is going to come back, Finn said bitterly. I moved closer, gripping his shoulders. I'm coming back. I promise you I'm coming back. You can't promise that. Not where you're going. Then I'll fight like hell to make it true. I pulled him into a hug. I've already lost Father. I'm not going to lose you too, which means I'm going to survive this. Understood. Finn's arms wrapped around me tightly. Come back to me. Please. I will. I swear on Mother's memory. I will come back. After I left Finn, I went to my chambers to pack supplies and weapons. I was checking my bow when Darius entered without knocking. Should I be worried about that trend? I asked, not looking up. Probably. He crossed to me, and I felt the familiar pull of the mate bond, stronger than ever. I wanted to give you something before we leave tomorrow. He held out a necklace, simple silver chain with a pendant shaped like a crescent moon. It was my mother's, Darius said quietly. She died when I was young, but I remember her telling me that this necklace had protected silver moon wolves for generations. That it carried blessings from the moon goddess herself. Your mother was silver moon? Distantly. The bloodline diluted over generations of intermarriage with Alpha King families. But yes, she carried the heritage. His eyes met mine. I want you to have it. For protection. And as a reminder that you're not walking into danger alone. He fastened the necklace around my throat. The pendant settled against my skin, warm despite the metal. And I felt it, a subtle pulse of power, ancient and protective. Thank you, I whispered. Thank you for coming back alive. I plan to. We have that conversation to finish, remember? About the mate bond? Among other things. Darius cupped my face in his hands. Can I ask you something? If we survive this, when we survive this, would you consider accepting the bond? Formally? Making it official? My breath caught. You're asking me to be your mate? You're Luna? I'm asking if you'd consider it. I know it's complicated. I know I have no right to ask after what I did to your father. But Azria, I can't imagine facing the future without you beside me. Not as a conscripted servant or a political necessity, but as my equal, my partner, my chosen mate. Tears burned behind my eyes. Ask me again when we get back. When we've defeated Serenia and saved the territories. When we're not standing in the shadow of death and uncertainty. Is that a maybe? That's a ask me when we're not about to walk into an ancient cursed fortress to face a fanatical traitor. He smiled. Fair enough. Then he kissed me, and for a moment, everything else fell away. The mission, the danger, the weight of 2 centuries of bloodshed and betrayal. There was just us. 2 wolves who'd found each other in the darkness. 2 hearts beating in sync. When we finally pulled apart, Darius pressed his forehead against mine. Whatever happens tomorrow, he said softly, know that you've made me a better king. A better wolf. Know that finding you was worth everything that led to it, even the mistakes and regrets. Darius. Let me finish. If something goes wrong, if Serenia manages to separate us or trap us or... He swallowed hard. If I don't make it back, I need you to promise me something. Don't talk like that. Promise me you'll keep fighting. You'll protect the territories, implement the reforms, build the world your father dreamed of. Promise me you won't let grief or guilt stop you. Only if you promise me the same thing, I said fiercely. If I don't make it, you won't give up. You don't let Serenia win. You keep building, keep fighting, keep being the king this territory needs.
Deal.
We sealed the promise with another kiss, this one desperate and fierce, and tinged with the fear we were both trying not to acknowledge. Tomorrow, we'll face Serenia. Tomorrow, this will end. One way or another. Dawn came too quickly. Our small team assembled in the courtyard, 10 wolves armed for war, their faces grim but determined. The rest of the palace had turned out to see us off. Finn stood at the front of the crowd, his young face struggling to stay brave. I caught his eye and nodded. I'll come back. He nodded back. You better. Darius addressed the assembled wolves. Today, we end a conspiracy that has threatened our homes, our families, our way of life. We face an enemy who believes the only path forward is through destruction and chaos. We're going to prove her wrong. We're going to show that unity is stronger than division, that justice is more powerful than revenge, that the future matters more than the past. Howls rose from the crowd, defiant, determined, united. Mount up, Darius commanded. We ride for the Shadowlands. As I swung into my saddle, that silver moon pendant warmed against my chest. Protection. Blessing.
Hope.
We rode out through the palace gates into the uncertain dawn. Toward ancient curses and modern betrayal. Toward a fortress built on hatred and fanaticism. Toward an enemy who'd already proven herself willing to destroy everything in pursuit of her vision. But we rode together. And that, I hoped, would be enough. Chapter 13. The Final Reckoning. The Shadowlands lived up to their name. Even in full daylight, the territory felt dark, as if the sun's rays couldn't quite penetrate the gloom that hung over the abandoned land. Trees grew twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The ground was scorched and barren, nothing growing except thorny weeds that seemed to thrive on desolation. Cheerful place, Maria muttered, her usual brightness dimmed by the oppressive atmosphere. The words are already affecting us, I said, feeling that the silver moon was tingling uncomfortably. The land itself is rejecting our presence. Doris rode at the front of our group, her posture tense. It gets worse the deeper we go. The outer wards are designed to cause discomfort and unease. The inner wards. She shook her head. Without the suppression ritual, they'd kill anyone who doesn't carry silver moon blood. How much further to the fortress? Darius asked. 2 hours, maybe 3. We'll need to stop at the wardstone to perform the suppression ritual before we can proceed. We rode in silence, each wolf lost in their own thoughts. I kept my hand on the pendant Darius had given me, drawing comfort from its warmth. Around us, the Shadowlands grew increasingly hostile. The air itself felt thick, difficult to breathe. Strange sounds echoed from the twisted forests, not quite animal, not quite wind, something in between that made my wolf whine nervously. "There," Doris finally said, pointing ahead. A massive stone monolith rose from the barren ground, at least 20 feet tall, covered in carved symbols that glowed with faint silver light. The ward stone. We dismounted, forming a protective circle around the stone. "The suppression ritual requires 3 elements," Doris explained, pulling items from her pack. "Silver dust from the original wards, blood from a silver moon descendant, and a binding oath spoken in the old tongue." She looked at me. "Lady Azria, I'll need a few drops of your blood." I extended my hand without hesitation. Doris made a small cut across my palm, collecting the blood in a silver bowl. "Now everyone must join hands, forming an unbroken circle around the stone," she instructed. We obeyed, linking fingers. I stood between Darius and Viola, their grip steady and reassuring. Doris began to chant in a language I didn't recognize, ancient, guttural, powerful. She poured the silver dust and my blood over the ward stone, and the symbols began to glow brighter. Then I felt it, a pulse of energy that swept out from the stone, washing over each of us in turn. The oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly. The air became easier to breathe. "The suppression will last approximately 4 hours," Doris said. "After that, the wards will reassert themselves. We'll need to complete our mission and return to this stone before the time expires, or—" She didn't need to finish the sentence. "Then we move quickly," Lorcan said. "In and out. No unnecessary risks." We remounted and continued deeper into the Shadowlands. An hour later, we crested a ridge and saw it. Serenia's fortress. It had been built into the side of a mountain, using natural caves as a foundation and adding constructed elements that blended seamlessly with the stone. Towers rose from the rock face, their windows glowing with firelight. Walls reinforced with both modern materials and ancient magic surrounded the compound. "It's bigger than I expected," Evander said quietly. "She's been planning this for years," Doris replied. "Building her army, stockpiling resources, preparing for the day she'd overthrow the Alpha King and install herself as the new ruler of the Northern Territories." "How many warriors does she have in there?" Darius asked. "Last I knew, approximately 80. But that was before the solstice hunt. She may have fewer now, or she may have recruited more. There's no way to know for certain." 80 against 10, Mireia said. "I've faced worse odds." "When?" Viola asked. "Never, actually. But there's a first time for everything." Despite the tension, several wolves smiled. "The main entrance is heavily guarded," Doris continued. "But there's a service entrance on the eastern side, a cave system that connects to the fortress's lower levels. It's less defended because most wolves can't navigate it without getting lost." "But I can," I said, understanding. "The silver moon blood will guide me through the caves."
Exactly.
Once inside, we need to reach the central chamber where Serenia keeps her command center. That's where she'll be, and that's where we end this. "What about escape routes?" Lorcan asked. "If things go wrong?" "The same caves we enter through. There are also passages that lead to the mountain's northern face, but they're trapped and dangerous." "Of course they are," Viola muttered. We spent the next hour studying the fortress from our vantage point, memorizing layouts, identifying potential threats, and planning contingencies. Finally, as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, Darius turned to address the team. "Everyone understands the mission. We enter through the caves, reach the central chamber, and confront Serenia. We offer her one chance to surrender. If she refuses, we end this by whatever means necessary." His eyes moved to each wolf in turn. "Some of you may not make it back.
I won't lie about that.
But know this, what we do today will determine the future of the Northern Territories. We either stop Serenia here, or we watch everything we've built collapse into chaos and bloodshed." "For the territories," Lorcan said, raising his fist. For justice, Viola added. For the truth, I said, thinking of father.
For the future, Darius finished.
We began our descent toward the fortress. The cave entrance was exactly where Doris had indicated, a narrow opening in the mountainside, partially concealed by twisted vegetation. I led the way, that silver moon sense guiding me through passages that would have been impossible to navigate otherwise. The caves twisted and turned, sometimes opening into vast chambers, sometimes narrowing to spaces where we had to crawl single file. And everywhere, I felt the presence of ancient magic. Silver moon wards and protections that recognized my blood and allowed passage. How much further? Darius asked after what felt like hours of crawling through darkness. We're close, I said. I can feel the fortress above us. The words are the strongest here. We emerged into a larger chamber, and I saw crude stairs carved into the rock, leading upward. This is it, Doris whispered. Those stairs lead directly into the fortress's lower levels. We ascended carefully, weapons ready. At the top, a wooden door blocked our path. Lorcan tested it gently. Unlocked. Either Serenia's arrogant, or it's a trap. Both probably, I said. Darius nodded to Lorcan, who pushed the door open. Beyond was a corridor lit by torches. Empty.
Silent.
Too empty.
Too silent.
She knows we're here, I breathed. She's been waiting. Then let's not disappoint her, Darius said. We moved through the fortress like ghosts, encountering no resistance. Every corridor was empty. Every chamber is vacant. It was unnerving. Finally, we reached a set of massive double doors carved with the same symbols I'd seen on the wardstone. The central chamber, Doris confirmed. Darius looked at me. Ready. I nodded, my hand on the pendant around my neck. He pushed the doors open. The chamber beyond was enormous, a natural cave that had been expanded and refined into something between the throne room and command center. Maps covered the walls. Weapons lined racks along the perimeter. And at the far end, seated on a throne of stone and bone, was Serenia. She looked exactly as I remembered, beautiful, dangerous, radiating power. Her violet eyes gleamed with dark amusement as we entered. Alpha King Darius, she said, her voice echoing through the chamber. And the little silver moon heir. How delightful. You've saved me the trouble of hunting you down. It's over, Serenia, Darius said. Your conspiracy is exposed. Your allies are captured or dead. Surrender now, and you'll face justice rather than execution. Justice. Serenia laughed. You mean the same justice you gave Marcus Thorne? The same justice that's kept the Northern Territories under Alpha King rule for 2 centuries while the rightful dynasty languished in obscurity. The Silver Moons fell because they were weak, Darius said. Because they couldn't adapt to changing times. They fell because Balthazar betrayed them. Serenia surged to her feet, power crackling around her. He was invited as an ally and turned on them like a rabid dog. He slaughtered children, burned sacred places, destroyed centuries of knowledge and tradition. And you dare call that justice? I'm not Balthazar. I don't answer for his crimes. You wear his crown. You sit on his throne. You perpetuate his legacy. Serenia's eyes found mine. But you, Azria, you understand, don't you? You carry the blood of the true rulers. You know in your bones that the Silver Moon should reign. I know that killing innocent wolves makes you a monster, not a liberator, I said firmly. Whatever wrongs were done 200 years ago, murdering people now doesn't fix them. Then you're more blind than I thought. Serenia raised her hand, and suddenly the chamber was filled with warriors. They'd been hidden in shadows, behind pillars in alcoves. At least 50 rogues, all armed, all surrounding us. We'd walked into a trap after all. Did you really think I wouldn't prepare for your arrival? Serenia asked. Alpha Doris was kind enough to lead you exactly where I wanted you. Weren't you, Doris? My blood ran cold. I turned to look at Doris and saw the truth written on her face.
Guilt.
Resignation. I'm sorry, Doris whispered. She has my family, my children. She said if I didn't cooperate, she'd kill them all. You led us into an ambush, Darius said, his voice deadly quiet. After everything you claimed about wanting to help. I do want to help, but I can't sacrifice my children. I can't. Doris's voice broke. It doesn't matter now, Serenia said. You're here.
Trapped.
Surrounded. And now you have a choice to make. She looked directly at me. Join me, Azria. Accept your Silver Moon heritage. Stand with me to rebuild what was stolen from our ancestors. Together, we can create something better than what the Alpha Kings have built. Never, I said. Then you'll die with him. Serenia's expression hardened. Kill them. All except Azria. I want her alive. The rogues attacked. Chaos erupted. Our small team fought desperately against overwhelming numbers. Lorcan's sword sang through the air. Viola's knives found throats with deadly precision. Mireia wielded magic that sent rogues flying.
But there were too many.
I fought beside Darius, our movements synchronized by the mate bond. Back to back, we held our ground, but for every rogue we defeated, 2 more took their place. We need to retreat. Evander shouted. Back to the caves. We'll never make it, Lorcan replied, blocking 3 attackers at once. He was right. We were being pushed further from the exit, deeper into the chamber. This was it. This was how it ended. Then I felt it, a surge of power from the pendant around my neck. The Silver Moon magic responded to my desperation, my need to protect the wolves I loved. And I understood. This was what Thessa had meant. Trust your blood. Listen to what your ancestors are telling you. I closed my eyes and surrendered to the power. Silver light exploded from my body, washing over the entire chamber. Every wolf stopped mid-motion, frozen by the sheer force of ancient magic. When I opened my eyes, they glowed with silver light. Enough, I said, and my voice carried the weight of 2 centuries of Silver Moon authority. This ends now. The rogues nearest me stumbled backward, fear written across their faces. Even Serenia looked shocked. You've awakened, she breathed. Fully awakened. You're everything the prophecy promised. Then listen to what I'm promising now, I said, that silver power flowing through my words. Stand down. All of you. This war is pointless. This bloodshed is meaningless. The past is dead. The future is what we make it. I turned to face Serenia directly. You wanted to restore the Silver Moon dynasty? Then let me show you what that actually means. I reached out with a power, not to harm, but to show, flooding Serenia's mind with visions of what the Silver Moons had truly been. Not warriors and conquerors. Healers. Teachers. Wolves who used their power to protect and nurture rather than dominate. Wolves who believed that true strength came from compassion. This is what you've forgotten, I said. This is what you've lost in your quest for revenge. The Silver Moons didn't rule through fear. They ruled through love. Through bonds willingly given, not enforced. Serenia staggered, tears streaming down her face. I only wanted. You wanted what was stolen. I understand. But you can't build a future on graves. The silver light pulsed, and I felt it, the ancient magic of this place recognizing me, accepting me, waiting for my command. The ward system you've been using to protect this fortress, I said. It answers to Silver Moon blood. My blood. I raised my hand, and the wards responded. Not attacking. Not defending. Dissipating. The magic that had made this fortress impregnable melted away like morning mist. Your stronghold is open, I told Serenia. Your words are gone. If I wanted, I could call every wolf in the Northern Territories to descend on this place and tear it apart. Then do it, Serenia said bitterly. End this. Execute me like you did Marcus Thorne.
No.
I lowered my hand, the silver light fading. I'm offering you the same choice I wish someone had offered the Silver Moons 200 years ago. Surrender. Stand trial. Face justice. But live.
Adapt.
Find a way forward that doesn't require destroying everything. Silence filled the chamber. Then, slowly, Serenia's rogues began lowering their weapons. One by one they knelt. Not in defeat. In recognition, the Silver Moon heir had spoken, and the old magic in their blood recognized legitimate authority when they encountered it. Serenia stood alone, her armies surrendered around her. "You should kill me," she said quietly. "I framed Marcus Thorne. I killed Elder Thessa. I orchestrated attacks that cost dozens of lives. By any measure of justice, I deserve death." "Maybe," I agreed. "But I'm choosing mercy. Not because you deserve it, but because my father believed the cycle of violence had to end somewhere. Someone had to be brave enough to break the pattern." I looked at Darius. "Take her into custody. She'll face trial before the full council. Justice, not revenge." Darius moved forward, personally placing silver shackles on Serenia's wrists. "It's over," he said. "The conspiracy is over. The territories are safe." Serenia looked at me one final time. "You'll make a better leader than I ever could have. Than either of us could have. Because you understand what I forgot. That power without compassion is just tyranny wearing a different crown." "I hope I remember that," I said quietly. "Even when it's difficult. Even when revenge seems easier than justice." As the warriors began securing prisoners and clearing the fortress, I felt the silver power receding, returning to wherever it had slept for all these years. I was just Azria again. Tired. Overwhelmed. Trying not to collapse from exhaustion. Darius caught me as my knees buckled. "I've got you." "Is it really over?" I asked. "It's really over." Around us, wolves worked efficiently, securing prisoners, cataloging evidence, beginning the long process of dismantling everything Serenia had built. Doris approached hesitantly, her face streaked with tears. "Lady Azria, I know I don't deserve forgiveness. But thank you for not killing my children to punish my betrayal." "Where are they?" I asked. "Hidden in the fortress's eastern wing. Serenia kept them there as leverage." "Viola," I called. "Find Doris's family and make sure they're safe." Doris bowed deeply. "I'll face whatever punishment the council deems appropriate. I won't run or hide from my crimes." "Good," Darius said. "Because there will be consequences. But if your information helps us root out any remaining conspirators, it might mean the difference between execution and exile." After Doris left, I leaned against Darius, letting him support my weight. "You are incredible," he murmured into my hair. "That power, Azria, you literally stopped a battle with a word. You dismantled wards that had stood for decades. You made hardened warriors kneel through sheer presence." "It was terrifying," I admitted. "All that power, all that history, flowing through me. I could have destroyed everyone in this chamber. Could have torn the fortress apart. The temptation was there, to make them all pay for what they'd done. But you didn't." "No." "Because Father wouldn't have wanted that. Because revenge doesn't honor his memory, justice does." Darius tilted my chin up, his gold eyes intense. "Earlier, I asked you a question. About accepting the mate bond. About being my Luna. You said to ask again when we defeated Serenia and saved the territories." "Darius, we've defeated Serenia. The territories are safe. So I'm asking again." He took both my hands in his. "Azria Thorne, Silver Moon heir, daughter of Marcus and Elena, the bravest wolf I've ever known. Will you accept the mate bond? Will you stand beside me, not as a conscript or a servant, but as my equal? My Luna? My chosen mate?" Tears blurred my vision. My father would be so confused if he could see this. His daughter mated to the wolf, who executed him. Your father would want you to be happy, to find love, to build the future he died trying to protect. You really believe that? I do. And I think somewhere Marcus Thorne is watching and approving, because he loved you more than anything. And he'd want you to have what he had with your mother, a partnership built on trust and respect and genuine affection. I looked at this wolf who'd executed my father, who'd brought me to court as a prisoner, who'd fought beside me and protected me and somehow become the most important person in my life. "Yes," I said. "I accept the bond. I'll be your mate, your Luna, your partner in whatever comes next." Darius pulled me close and kissed me, deep and claiming and full of promise. When we finally pulled apart, I was smiling through my tears. Father would definitely be confused, I repeated. But I think you're right. I think he'd approve. Because you're trying to be better. Because you admitted your mistakes and worked to fix them. Because you care about protecting all wolves, not just the powerful ones. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to be worthy of you, Darius said solemnly. Trying to be the king your father believed I could be.
Good.
Because we have a lot of work ahead of us. Reforms to implement. Territories to rebuild. Packs to reunite. And a very confused court to explain this whole mate bond situation to. One challenge at a time, Darius said, smiling. First, we get everyone back to the palace safely. Then we hold Serena's trial. Then we plan a proper mating ceremony. Then we change the world. Ambitious. You inspire ambition. Around us, the fortress continued to be secured. Serena's grand plan had crumbled. Her conspiracy had failed. But from those ashes, something new could grow. Something better. Justice tempered with mercy. Strength combined with compassion. The old bloodline and the new authority united. The future father had died, trying to create. And as we walked out of that fortress into the fading sunlight, I felt his presence, proud and approving and finally at peace. We did it, Father, I thought. We broke the cycle. We chose justice over revenge. We built something worth protecting.
Rest now.
Your work is done. Mine is just beginning. 6 months later, the monument stood in the center of the palace courtyard, gleaming white marble that caught the moonlight and seemed to glow. Carved into its surface was my father's face, strong, kind, forever frozen in the prime of his life. And beneath it, words I'd chosen carefully. Marcus Thorne Beta of Silvercrest Pack, loyal servant of the Northern Territories who died protecting the truth. Some wolves light candles in the darkness, so others can find their way home. I stood before the monument, my hand resting on the carved stone. We did it, Father, I said quietly. Serena stood trial and was sentenced to life imprisonment. Cassius and the other conspirators faced justice. The territories are healing. Arms wrapped around me from behind. Darius, my mate, my partner, my future. Talking to him again? He asked gently. Always. I like to think he hears me. I leaned back against Darius's chest. Tell him about the reforms we've implemented. The protections for lower-ranked wolves. The changes to the legal system. All the things he wanted to see. He'd be proud. You've accomplished more in 6 months than most Lunists do in a lifetime. We've accomplished, I corrected. This was never just me.
No.
But you were the catalyst. You're the one who showed me how to be better. I turned in his arms to face him. The mate mark on my wrist, matching the one on his, glowed faintly in the moonlight. A permanent reminder of the bond we'd accepted. Any regrets? I asked. About us? Never. About executing your father? His expression grew heavy. Every day. But I'm trying to honor his memory by being the king he believed in. By building the world he died trying to protect. That's all any of us can do.
Try.
Fail sometimes. Keep trying anyway. Speaking of trying, Darius's hand moved to rest on my stomach, where a tiny life was just beginning to grow. How are you feeling? Nauseated.
Exhausted.
Terrified. I smiled. And happier than I ever thought possible. A child. Our child. Alpha King and Silver Moon bloodlines united in one tiny miracle. Father would have loved this. Would have spoiled his grandchild shamelessly. He'll know them, I said firmly. Through stories. Through the monument. Through everything we build in his honor. Our child will grow up knowing their grandfather was a hero. The hero who started it all, Darius agreed. In the distance, Finn appeared, walking with Mireia. My brother had grown taller in the past months, his shoulders broader, his face losing its childish softness. He'd been training with Lorcan, learning to be a warrior, learning to protect what mattered. Father would be proud of him too. Luna Azria, Finn called, grinning at the title that still felt strange. Are you coming to the council meeting? Elder Thess's replacement is being confirmed today. I'll be there, I promised. As Finn and Mireia continued toward the palace, laughing about something, I took one last moment with Father's monument. Thank you, I whispered, for teaching me to be brave, for showing me that some things are worth dying for making me believe that one person could make a difference. The wind rustled through the courtyard, carrying the scent of flowers and hope. And for just a moment, I swore I felt Father's hand on my shoulder. Proud of you, little wolf.
So proud.
Then the feeling faded, but the certainty remained. I was exactly where I was meant to be. Luna of the Northern Territories. Mate to the Alpha King. Carrier of both bloodlines. Bridge between old and new. The future father had died to protect. And I would make sure his sacrifice meant something. Every single
day.
For the rest of my life. Ready? Darius asked, offering his hand. Ready, I said, taking it. Together, we walked toward the palace. Toward council meetings and political negotiations and all the mundane challenges of leadership. Toward a future bright with possibility. Toward the world we were building together. One choice at a time. One wolf at a time. One generation at a time. Until the Northern Territories became everything it was meant to be. A place where strength and compassion coexisted. Where justice was tempered with mercy. Where wolves of all ranks were valued and protected. Where love conquered hatred. And where One Omega's impossible journey from servant to Luna proved that fate didn't care about your beginnings. Only your choices. And I chose hope. Every single time.
The end.
Thank you for joining Azria and Darius on their journey from enemies to soulmates, from tragedy to triumph, from broken packs to unified territories. If this story moved you, please like this video to help others discover this tale of love, justice, and redemption. Leave a comment telling us your favorite moment. Was it when Azria first stood up to Darius? The revelation at Shadow Peak? The final confrontation with Serenia? Subscribe to Wild Alpha Tales for more original werewolf shifter romances that will make you believe in the power of love, courage, and second chances. Share this story with someone who loves epic romances, strong heroines, and tales where love conquers even the darkest betrayals. Your support helps us create more stories like this, stories that celebrate the strength it takes to forgive, the courage it takes to love, and the wisdom it takes to break cycles of violence and build something better. Until next time, may the moon goddess guide your path, and may you always choose hope over hatred, justice over revenge, and love over fear. Wild Alpha Tales, where every wolf finds their destiny.